Game Pass. Why did it have to be Game Pass? Folks, I am RazörFist, and I am joined by Short Round Gal, who belongs in a museum. We have our revolvers loaded. We have our fedoras not on. I don't own a fedora. I'm sorry. I'm not enough of a hipster. Although I do play one on TV. Folks, it is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, although if this game turns out to be bad, we have a backup Indiana Jones game that we've been meaning to stream for a long time, so if the Great Circle sucks, we can do Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, which I have for the original Xbox. Very underrated. It's essentially Tomb Raider with Indiana Jones. Mr. Terrangel, how are you, sir? Apart from congested.
No fedora, huh? I know what someone's getting for Christmas.
Dude, I love fedora. Dude, I love fedora kind of hats. I love cowboy hats. I love hats. But I can't wear them. I don't know. You know what it is? You know what it is? I dress halfway like a goth cowboy to begin with. So it's like I got the bullet belt, I got the cowboy boots, I got kind of westerny, I got jeans on, whatever. You put a cowboy hat on that, suddenly I'm going to a rodeo. You know what I mean? Like, it's the hat just makes it a costume all of a sudden. I don't know. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoy this. You voted, so it's entirely your fault. We're going to be playing this on the Series X, so you guys can see how the console version performs. I don't know, this is the kind of game I wanted to play on console for some reason. It is available on the PC version of Game Pass, but I don't know, Taryn, how would you think this should be played? Apparently, this is more of a immersive sim type game.
I don't know. I think controller's fine. Games like this scream controller. That's why I say that.
It feels... Indiana Jones always feels more console to me, although apparently this one's a little bit different in that regard. We'll see, but I'm going to start her up right now if you want to bring up the... image. I was really anticipating a bad game, so I'll be absolutely delightfully surprised if this turns out not to be bad. We're not starting off great with the Bethesda logo, I gotta be perfectly honest.
Machine Games makes good games.
Do they?
Machine Games makes good games? Yeah, I think they do.
Lucasfilm Games. Gosh, if only there were a name for a Lucasfilm-related video game studio of some kind. Something artistic. Something...
Sounds like a good idea.
I know. If only I could think of such a thing.
That mountain looks familiar.
Yeah, we're in Isla Nublar, I think. I think there's a pterodactyl. Pterodactyl's gonna be flying.
How much do you remember the first movie?
Oh man, it's been years. It plays all the time on TV, so I mean, I know many of the familiar beats, but I don't remember.
I'm talking about the beginning.
The beginning.
See that mountain?
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody knows the iconic beginning with the biplane and everything.
No. That's the Paramount logo mountain. The Paramount logo comes up, and then it fades away.
Oh yeah,
and that's the mountain.
Right. Oh my! What? Indiana Jones? No! I wanted to read all that politically correct pablum. We have a Nazi warning, folks. A Nazi warning! A Nazi warning!
You keep that up, I'm gonna have to turn you down.
Oh my god.
You're peeking.
Okay.
This game got
I'm more
Nazis in
Shanghai,
it.
actually. Full subtitles, closed captions, subtitle font size. I don't know, we'll start with regular and see how you guys do. High contrast mode, what is that for? Oh, for highlighting. It's basically training wheels. Okay. A Nazi warning. Dude, you're gonna have to go back in the VOD, if you can, real quick, and look what that warning said, if you could. Yeah. And I want you to read that pablum out loud, Taryn. Could you? Could you do it for the fine people? And don't forget to put the chat on screen, by the way.
1 second. Where's the VOD?
And the watermark thing, if you haven't.
Alright. Okay. Full screen this. One thing at a time. Where's the Nazi warning? I'm looking.
Find us the Nazi warning.
Imagery warning. Here we go.
Here we are! Alright. Hit us.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a fictional story inspired by historical events and characters.
Is it?
Names, characters, organizations, locations, and events are either imaginary or depicted in a fictionalized manner.
It's like watching CNN.
Not intended to disrespect any historical or cultural beliefs. The story and contents of this game are not intended to and should not be construed in any way to condone, glorify, or endorse the beliefs, ideologies, events, actions, persons, or behavior of the Nazi and fascist regimes, nor any other regimes, or to trivialize any war crimes, genocide, or other crimes against humanity.
So, Taryn, you up for trivializing some war crimes, buddy? Let's do it!
Trivializing? I thought, isn't the whole point to cause war crimes?
Yeah. So welcome to Mouthhausen Jones and the chemical shower of doom. All right, so let's go lighter stealth and cut. No, let's go moderate. We're fine.
Because we did have to reinstall Streamlabs, it is unfortunate that we are only streaming at 720p, which sucks. I don't think we can fix that live, can we?
We can't fix it live, no.
No. Well, that's okay.
We're stuck at 720. If you guys will make do, sorry. We'll fix it for next time. It was... I had to reset the laptop to factory settings a while back, and I think that was a side effect of it. All right.
Oh, are we not getting, where's the alert box? Alerts. There's the alerts. Alerts are on. Where's... Hey, we had to set all this up.
Do you have the chat box and the watermark?
Watermark. I gotta choose a font.
Go with Egyptian. You ever wondered what the Rageaholic / Cobra font is? Bullwhip. Bullwhip. Men, always confusing your pistols with your privates. I don't believe I'll be palling around in a tan leisure suit. I don't. No, we're going with the bomber jacket. How are you going to play as Indiana Jones and not wear the bomber jacket?
Egyptian?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, didn't import. Unless it's got something else in front of it.
EGYP. Keep in mind, a lot of the fonts are out of order in stupid... In that streaming software.
Oh, it's not in fucking alphabet. Oh, great.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Just type in. You can type in EGY.
EGY, not coming up.
You might.
There are the alerts.
Nice.
I'll pick something nice. Something Indiana Jonesy.
Okay. We're going to turn motion blur off on account of we prefer the company of women.
Comic Sans.
No!
No Comic Sans? Okay. How does this look? Well, that stands out. That's nice.
Okay. contrast mode. Film grain, you best believe it, baby. And we're going high on the film grain. I love the film grain. We'll go at least 75 on that.
Now, where the hell's the chat at? Chat box.
I have a bad feeling about
Chat
this.
box YouTube. You'll want to make sure it's YouTube. It might be YT chat. It might be. If I remember.
Delete most of this shit.
HUD safe zone. All right, I think we're good with this. Speaker name.
Box frame.
Try to make sure you guys have a better experience on the stream here.
Found the frame.
NPCs are blue. Try not to read too much into that.
Discord chat.
I am reading a lot into that. I actually am.
Restream chat.
Nope.
We heard shots. What happened?
I sent them a
He
message.
sent them a message. There are 2 Twitch chats, which is weird.
Again, make one visible and see if it pops up.
Nope.
But I'm pretty sure it's YT chat for some reason. You have to make separate chat boxes if you're streaming on different platforms because the stupid streaming software is retarded.
There you guys are.
It's retarded!
Why is it called Chatbox Twitch?
Because probably we originally streamed on Twitch and we just never changed it. That's probably what it is. Yeah. All right, you guys ready for a story? Who wants to hear a story about a bridge?
Make you guys a little bit bigger.
Or maybe a bridge. Possibly a DEI.
Bitches leave.
Hey, Alfred Molina!
We are walking the path of death. What of the curse? Superstitions?
It's the curse of Alfred Molina not returning our calls.
I have a bad feeling about
As
this.
do I.
Turn the alerts down a wee bit.
That's just the desktop volume, so.
Yeah, I know. I turned it down. Been a while since we've done this.
Okay, so
from
you have a push button. You have a shove button. I like it. Just in case you're doing a Jake Paul press conference.
I've been looking at the capture card. I'm looking up at the TV. This game's pretty.
It is.
Smooth, too.
We are on the Series X here tonight. I apologize for not having it in 1080p so you can really, really appreciate it, but...
No, I will not change it to webdings.
To what?
To change the fucking Streamlabs link to webdings.
Okay. We're not doing that vignetting garbage if we don't have to. Where's that vignetting crap?
I despise vignetting.
Ugh!
It's the primary reason I will, on PC anyway, use, what's it called? Reshade? Because reshade settings will fuck with the vignetting.
That's why you use it, Taryn. Not to hack the graphics and cheat.
What? No. Not a multiplayer game. It's single player. Especially on games like Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake. You turn on reshading shit.
Oh, no.
You don't realize that the game has this, like, thin layer of, like, pea green fog. Once you turn that shit off, the game looks so much better.
There is no way to turn the vignetting off.
Dead or alive?
Garbage!
One of us must die. Dead, then.
Tyler, what is vignetting? So, vignetting is
It's-
the dark border around the edge of the screen.
See that?
Yeah, see
That's vignetting.
It tells you that you're hidden. You're in stealth mode.
All right.
You're also one of the most mature people I know.
I do what I can.
Pea green, PEA. Yes, pyro. All right, let's
Here we go.
So have you quit Hunt? What happens, says HD Arcade?
I have played for less than an hour the new event.
Is it? I haven't touched it. What?
It's It's a thing.
Did you fight the bear?
No. Oh. What? 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 What is it?
Cinematic. I forgot this took place in Peru.
In bed with a goblin.
It's a statue of a goblin.
Bobitos don't like intruders.
Oh, I actually have 3 Indiana Jones games. I forgot. I have Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. I have this. And I have Lego Indiana Jones.
Hey, that would be fun.
Relax.
I so don't want to hear Troy Baker talk.
Hunker down.
Can I just, like, could we just get a mute indie option and see the freaking subtitles without having to hear him clearly needing to blow to his nose for hours and hours on end?
Silent protagonist.
Please. Give us Link. Give us Mario from Mario RPG.
VSS Venturas.
What's this?
Thank you for the
We
50.
heard shots. What happened?
I sent them a message.
The title of this game blows whale cylinder. Perhaps some better titles. Gary Indiana Jones and the Wayward Gunshot.
Hey, there we go.
Indiana Jones and the Saggy Orange Tits.
Yeah.
Orangutits.
Indiana Jones and the Hip of Titanium.
Indiana,
Indiana Jones and the Visible Pacemaker Scar.
Indiana Jones and the Struggles of Terran to keep reading. What?
I like how you paused halfway through that just to sell it.
I think they were intent on coming back.
Totally intentional. Keep up the great work.
Troy Baker is 1/16,000th as good at impersonating people as he thinks he is. And apparently as the video game industry thinks he is.
He's been collectively in all the Batman games. He's been everyone.
He's been absolutely everyone, and he never sounded like any of them.
He was Joker. He was Two-Face. He was Penguin.
Oi!
He's Batman.
He wasn't Penguin. There is no Penguin in those Arkham games.
There's a guy with a
The
bottle.
Oi Governor version of the Penguin is not the Penguin.
Cockney.
Oh,
Hammer-
it's a Tuesday, isn't it? I'm gonna go log into YouTube.
Hammer of Subtlety. I was expecting Legacy of Kain remaster, but alright, let's roast the mid.
Ovitas are near. Poison is still fresh. 3 days.
Cheech and Chong, ladies and gentlemen. Beaners. They like to eat
They
beans.
would have killed us already.
Alright.
Not to sound ungrateful, but why are we doing this again?
What?
This, like, why are we going back to Raiders of the Lost? Yeah, this is Raiders of the Lost.
Fan service, Taryn. Thanks for asking.
Oh.
Yeah. Flagrant, blatant, cynical fan service. How it's fan service when you couldn't hire Harrison Ford, you couldn't hire Alfred Molina. None of these are the same actors from the original movie. Like, what are you doing? It's fan service without the service. It's fan blue balls is what it is. I know what you know what I can't get too enough of in modern games? Opening sequences where you slow walk.
At least Indiana Jones doesn't have his finger up to his ear.
Yeah.
Dustin the Grim. Been watching scenic drive vids lately. Closest thing to traveling for me at the moment. And I must say, Monument Valley and the Salt River Canyon are beautiful.
Beautiful, yes.
What are your favorite places to go for a ride?
Only comes once a year.
Canyon de Shelly. The Painted Desert. The Painted Desert is one of the most gorgeous places on Earth. Meteor Crater is basic. I love Prescott. I love drive. I hate my ears popping when I drive through Prescott. Like, oh my God. I have the worst problem. Some people don't have this issue so much, but when I get up into higher elevations on road trips, and certainly when I fly, I'm not a big fan of that, but... And I love... I've never been to a lot of places down in South Arizona. Oh, I love Greer. This style of video game opening and tutorial belongs in a museum. Oh, look at that revolver, though. Look at that.
The guns make me safe. Bigger guns make me safer.
That was actually really well timed. It's a good model of Harrison Ford, gang. You know why they didn't get Harrison Ford?
Because he'd be too expensive. And he's old and pissed off all the time.
You're close. They couldn't afford him.
So I gotta go.
Anyways. As 800 people leave simultaneously.
Zackzilla, Night of the Living Jones.
Yes.
A poor horse.
Weekend at Jonesy's, really. I mean, it's a meat puppet, isn't it?
A poor horse abused by Jank. This isn't Soul Reaver.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! Love it.
Man, finally, a sequel to Call of Juarez.
Listen to that, too.
There's a game that needs a sequel. Did you see that? We got another Dying Light announced.
Yeah.
Are they ever going to do anything with Call of Juarez? Are they just the Dying Light studio now? Like, how many tens of millions does Red Dead Redemption 2 have to sell before these people realize, hey, wait a minute, Western games can sell. We should probably make one. I'd like to do...
Fisher says, funny thing, I went to my high school senior prom dressed as Indiana Jones.
Did you?
Well, 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Nexus 8.
UI, HUD Safe Zone. Do I get a field of view? Or is...
I heard you loved Virtual Fighter.
Ooh, love it.
How do you feel about fighting Vipers and Battle Arena Toshinden?
Love Battle Arena Toshinden. Never played Fighting Vipers? I've never even heard of it.
Yeah.
But Battle Arena Toshinden, dude. I used to just waste quarters on that at the arcade back in the day. Yeah, I don't think there's a field of view, bro, unless I'm missing it.
That sounds like a PC exclusive to me.
No, you know what? It's probably not even in PC right now. Because didn't Starfield launch without a field of view slider?
That sounds...
Am I crazy?
That sounds like an actual thing.
Doesn't it?
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a field of view adjustment. What? What the H?
Lure facts, Indiana Jones and the hunt for the former vice president who belongs in a museum. Okay.
What?
Commander
I
CTC.
think this is actually the country where Kamala was born, speaking of vice presidents.
Greetings, lads. Razor Dude Dutch Vanderlyn explaining to Harrison Ford, on why he has to sacrifice his iconic characters. I don't know. Also surprised that you guys aren't
We've
doing...
gotta burn the past, Arthur. Bury it if you have to.
This is it. This is where Forrest
Why do I have those still on?
Friend of yours.
A competitor. He was good.
Unlike my voice performance.
He was very, very good.
Senor.
Again, see above.
Please come out of there alive. Please.
Also surprised you guys aren't doing the hunt event for this
I have a
stream.
bad feeling about
We put this up for a vote, so blame the public. All right. Well, I got a torch. Can I not? Locate the golden fertility idol? What, am I having problems conceiving, or what? I think in vitro is an option there.
Random ramblin' research. What type of camera do you use for streaming video games on your Nintendo Switch?
What kind of camera?
Are you talking about the capture? It's
We use a Elgato capture card.
Yeah.
The HDS. I actually have two of them. I have the 4K version and I have the 1080p version. At present, we are using the 4K version and streaming in 720 because we forgot to change the settings because we're stupid.
Yeah. We had to reinstall Streamlabs OBS.
Emphasis on BS.
In HT Arcade, why do people copy the things that ripped off from pulp magazines, but never the actual source itself?
Right?
I can already...
Star Wars and Indiana Jones are straight up pulp and serials. That's what they were. Oh!
I can already see them on, yeah.
If you don't like spiders, Alfred Molina, you're really gonna hate your later career. How do you feel about octopuses, Alfred? Octopi? These little quick time event things add nothing, dude. We're literally just watching this, like...
Stop. Stay out of the light.
We don't want some of these graphics well illuminated.
Damasa, instead of saying that, so I have to go hunting for it, how about you just say it?
Okay. N-I-G... I mean...
What a shame.
Godspeed whoever sent that super chat in, bro.
I guess we'll find out.
Alright. Whoa, bye! I didn't crouch soon enough. I thought I had time. Can you go prone?
I don't think so.
How many times in this series does Indiana Jones go prone? You can't go prone? How's he get through the watery area with the rats? Remember that?
Bucket Bot.
What movie was that? Was that Temple of Doom?
No, that was Last Crusade.
Are you sure? I thought it was... You know what it is actually... Oh, yeah, well, whatever.
Bucket Bot, I don't think a Korean could eat Cicero. I think Cicero would eat the Korean.
I think so. He would... He likes Korean food.
But to be clear, I'm not talking about your dog. I'm talking about the Roman statesman Marcus Tullius.
That's true. Although he tends to eat Catalinian.
Oh, right. I only got halfway through this last week. Razör, Ret I, Hideo Kojima,
Oh,
tell you the legend of my people. In August 1945, the round-eye American divers dropped nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
Oh no.
In Nihon Goku.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and what? Godzilla, right?
For no reason.
That did it.
The Shimmerer.
What the hell?
There, you got your money's worth. Cunning Druger. Indiana Jones and the Search for Spielberg's Talent.
Indiana Jones and the Excuse to Bang Kate Capshaw.
It's funny because it's true.
It is true. No, wrong one. Wrong one. I mean, how hard is this? You just have to find the stone that has the nipple on it.
That's it.
All right. What do we got? Where's the nipple?
All those, there it is.
I was showing on side scrollers this week. Have you ever seen the Jim Steranko concept art of Indiana Jones?
No.
The great comic book legend, you know, Nick Fury and Doctor Strange. Jim Steranko, he was the guy who designed Indiana Jones for the original movie. Look up his concept art. That's the movie I want. Here's the sad thing about Indiana Jones. As bad as it is right now, the original version of Indiana Jones wasn't even the real version we were supposed to get. We could improve on this character. Not only could we make a worthy sequel, we could make a better Indiana Jones movie than George Lucas and Steven Spielberg made back in the day.
Holy shit.
I know! And he's got a bunch of them.
It's basically,
You could actually, if you want to insert the photo there, you could show that.
It's basically, what's his name? Doc Savage.
Yeah. It's very inspired by Doc Savage. And Alan Quatermain. This music is so going to be copyrighted. Where's the nipple? Ground nipple. Are there no more ground nipples? Oh boy. Sandbag. Oh, I was crouching that whole time. I didn't even know it.
Well, I mean, you were looking.
You can
close
tell
to
it's an
ground.
immersive sim because I've been crouching for like 75% of it already. But yeah, if you would have put that photo up, dude, so people can see what we're talking about.
All right, how do I...
Just download it, and then like you can add an object. Just add a file.
source.
Add a source.
Add source media file.
Yeah. Just download it and show these guys. Like, we really, like, not only could we have a good modern Indiana Jones movie, you could wipe the slate clean, cast a totally new actor, have a totally different visual style and whatever, and go full pulp action with it. Because that's the version that Jim Steranko designed. That's the version of the character. I mean, he was chomping cigars all the time, and dude. It bugs me that there is not. Yeah, there's no field of view. There is no field of view. You can change where the HUD is, which doesn't really help anyone. I'm also going to add more film grain because you can never have too much. This stream's just going to be like 90% film grain.
It can be very, very nasty if I want to be.
So can I.
Okay. Let's do it. Did I do it? I think I screwed it up, actually.
Oh, guess what? It's a WebP file. Time to run.
This is, you call this running?
Give me the whip.
Throw me the idol. No time to argue. Throw me the idol.
Give me the whip.
Adios, senor.
Oh, Dr. Octopus, how could you?
There's no way in hell you made that.
Oh, I absolutely did not make it. Because they don't let you run. Like, that's not a run. By the way, why is that run so slow? Engine limitations. That's what that is. Wait, if he dies, do we not have to hear Troy Baker anymore? Because I might reconsider this.
Adios, Vito.
See you in the next Marvel crossover. Okay, that's a little more like it. Ah, there we go. That he has a sprint. This is still really slow, though. Did I just die? I think I just died. I dreamed I was with Steven Spielberg's wife and some Chinese kid. What the?
Marcus.
Like a labyrinth. David Bowie's giant moose knuckle. What?
Lightweight. Devil.
Name of the devil. Awfully menacing for Connecticut.
Everywhere. Damn kids. Someone's getting expelled tonight.
Yeah, this thing doesn't want to display. I'm not fucking with it.
Oh my gosh.
People can look it up on their own. There are super chats to be read.
Those are big footprints.
All right. Oh, Michelle Obama's been through here. Yes, and I see a print from a vestigial tail. Yes, definitely Michelle Obama. At least I hope that's a tail. You got body awareness.
Snick.
Always nice when they take the time to do body awareness and full animations. Look at that. Look at that. Love that.
So happy to see AstroTurf give the finger to China. Final thought, rehash, Gamble Sim number 3425, Cryptic Metaphor, and Elden Company, who forgot Tenchu. Only thing exciting was Virtual Fighter 6 and Onimusha.
700 war crimes ago, my homely wife burned all my private letters because I admitted I started the Civil War in them. Ah.
The great Scalzini. As the baseball fan that you are, have you at any point followed any AZ college baseball?
Yeah.
Especially during the WS in June?
Not in June. No, it's been several years, but I remember in the early 2000s, I watched ASU and U of A a lot. In fact, that team had Dustin Pedroia on it, if I remember correctly. And back when we had the Phoenix Firebirds, which, by the way, how did we wind up with a baseball team named the Diamondbacks instead of the Phoenix Firebirds? They had a cool logo, and they had awesome uniforms. They were a minor league. They were a AAA affiliate for the Giants. Barry Bonds was a Phoenix Firebird, I believe. So yeah, I have watched them. Actually, Barry Bonds went to ASU. Thomas Jefferson, my man. All right. Where's Alexander Hamilton so I can spit on him? Local map. A faculty orientation map of the Marshall College campus. Oh, and do you move? Oh, it's real time. That's kind of cool.
Oh, and that guy did not get an alert for his 50 because it wasn't on. Here, let me pick one for you.
Oh my gosh.
What? He didn't. I feel like he should get his money worth.
All right.
Let's see. What's a good one?
Oh, cool. There's a mantling system.
Well, we're fighting fascists, so let's play this one.
Hey kids, this is your pal Stan Lee. Remember, socialism
Got doubled.
every place it's ever been tried. Excelsior!
What'd you do? What was that about?
Oh, it plays also on the desktop. All right, I see what happened there. I'll play a different one.
All right.
Simple but effective.
What's this? It's doubled too.
Miss me,
What? Why is this also double? Ah, fuck it.
Can you tell Taryn doesn't normally run the streams? Let's see here. What? Why did I leave my identification card laying around? Of course, I was getting faced in the library.
Now I'm telling these motherfuckers that if they continue killing our children to make their precious millions that they deposit in their secret Swiss bank accounts. Counselor, before your lawsuit even gets off the court clerk's desk, I'll have their stinking bodies in garbage bags and ship them back to Japan for fertilizer.
Yes! Samurai cop.
Aldreth take pictures of stray cats.
Stray cats? Who's that? I don't. Oh, that's J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, gotcha.
Viewer newest, thank you for the 100. What do you mean the puppet-in-chief broke his promise to not pardon his son and also hypocritically pardon spies and other criminals? I'm shocked. Shocked to tell you.
Yeah, he just pardoned another Chinese spy today. Did you see that?
Well, not that shocked.
Not just a Chinese spy who was sentenced to 8 years for cheese pizza.
Game on and Godspeed.
Unintelligible Latin.
All right, pal. You can't sleep.
You're kidding me.
Is that?
You're kidding me.
Who the hell are you?
You're kidding me.
It was always you, indeed.
You asked for it.
Whatever you're up to, pal. It ends now.
Oh! Jeez! Weren't you in Resident Evil 4?
This is a museum. Careful.
With a beard and a... The Candyman can... I think I'm dead.
Is that the best you got?
That is him! That is Tony Todd. Rest in peace, legend. He was kind of a rough follow on Twitter, I'm not gonna lie, but still a great actor.
Are you a homosexual?
you all!
Indiana?
God, what is this, like, Rude Awakening number 2 now?
I'd wondered where you'd got to. What happened?
Where did he go?
Who?
The giant.
I didn't see any
Been
giant.
dead
I caught
since
someone breaking into the
1992.
museum. He was tall.
And
He took something.
you're not going to mention
Did
the
you
other
see
thing?
his
Okay.
face?
Scarred.
There is no way.
Scar, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, dark, there it is.
Scar and tall and
That is.
I think he collects stamps too. I think
It's a novelty.
he was wearing white sneakers, not black sneakers.
Come on, Marcus.
White sneakers.
We need to find out what he took.
Yes, righto.
His robes, they were kind of some kind of not white.
Is there anything missing?
Let's have a look.
Is this Leonardo? Supposed to be a Leonardo?
Look around for the exhibits that were in this.
Hey, Copernicus. Oh, that's St. Peter. Nah.
That piece came from this display.
I got your philosophy right here.
Right here. Oh. Dickory-dickory-dock. That is quite the pinstripe suit.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go through here. It's open. The manual contains game instructions. Thanks for setting that one straight, Bethesda. I thought it contained beautiful, delicious recipes for manicotti. Mussolini's black shirts rule Rome with iron fist.
Pigs in the Dawson's office.
This is not an article that would be written at this time. Do you know why?
Why?
Can you tell me why, Taryn?
No.
Because FDR licked Mussolini's butt crack clean. He loved him some Mussolini. So him and all the other Reds in America used to print fawning articles about the rise of the black shirts. They loved Mussolini. They had portraits of Mussolini up in their houses. It wasn't until the black shirts allied with Hitler that it was suddenly a problem.
Hex. He also had a counterfeit $20 bill.
Yeah, but yes, I think I saw him swallow something right before. Is this a toilet brush? Are you kidding me? I got a toilet brush?
They made things a lot sturdier back then.
I guess. Oh, what's this say? Suspect. Inspect blinking light in room 11. Is that an Easter egg? Is that an Easter egg? New trash pickup dates November 1st. Investigate. Is that the day this game launched or something?
I don't know.
No, it's not. Investigate noises coming from below nurse's office. Map needs new handle and new head. New cistern needed for museum toilet. Is there a toilet? I don't even see a toilet. There's no toilet. This is just a closet. I think Nick Fuentes is in here normally, yeah. All right.
Black Metal Gamer, how about that new naughty slop space girl boss, huh?
You two look worse for wear, Indiana.
Yeah, I can't wait to not play that.
I'm sure the nurse won't mind you helping yourself.
Bandage. I just had an eye test today, actually.
Yiddish noises?
Dude, how much nicer does a doctor's office look in the 1930s, for crying out loud?
There's a certain aesthetic about it.
I mean, it doesn't have tissue paper on top of the freaking little bench thing that you lay down on, for one. How trashy is that? It's like, what is this, a toilet seat? What are you doing?
It's sanitary. Indiana Jones and the gaping circles. Phantom Max, thank you for the 20. Good evening, Razor.
There's
You have
some
mentioned
bloodstains.
before that the Shadow would be a stealth character in a video game.
Oh, yeah.
What stats would you recommend using in RPGs if you wanted it to do a shadow playthrough?
Agility, heavy on the intelligence, dexterity, and yeah, because dexterity is going to cover aim, right? Usually in most RPGs, dexterity helps aim, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
It depends on the game, obviously, but usually dexterity is aim, and dexterity is also agility and whatever. So those are probably going to be your strength. The Shadow is inhumanly strong, it must be said, but that's because he uses, the way it's described in the pulps, it's kind of like Aikido. He uses the weight of his opponents against them. He's very strong, but he's not Superman. He just... He uses the body weight of the thugs against them. Okay, what room is this?
Ang Nguyen.
Arch 2A. Hey, look! Look at the room!
Ah, so this is what society used to look like.
Nearly. I was gonna take my students on a field trip.
All right.
Get their heads out of books for a while.
Cat mummy notes. I think cat mummies are the target audience, actually. Odd piece. Yep, definitely a cat mummy.
That's where I put those notes.
It's cat mom. They're my children. Not like that thing I left in the dumpster out behind prom. Okay. Nothing else that I see. This is cool. This is neat. Let's look around. I'm just exploring around because they recreated this pretty faithfully. Ooh, nice.
I love the attention to detail.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely see it.
Grant Ferris, I noticed in a previous stream that you said you liked the band Corsus.
Yeah.
Wondering what your thoughts are on early Sepultura.
Haven't listened to a lot of them. Sepultura was not one of my favorites, but
New fad on campus.
I'm aware of the relationship, but yeah. Teddy! Teddy, my man! Again, where's Alexander Hamilton so I can kick him in the ear?
Who made the quote about judges? Was that Hamilton?
Who?
The day we have real justice in this country is the day you can hang a judge.
Is the day the judge can hang? I don't know.
I thought that was Hamilton.
No. No, he wanted an elected king as president. He didn't give a rat's ass about justice of any kind. Okay, no. Let's I need to go down where I was.
Edward, shut up. Norm Alman, thank you for the 20. There are 3 Indiana Jones movies, and there are only 3. Let anyone who says that there are more than 3 be anathema. Anathema. Anyone who says Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny are good movies is anathema. Oh, hi, Razor.
Excommunicado.
Jackson. Was it Jackson?
Was it Jackson? Could be. I could see Andrew Jackson saying that. Andrew Jackson's a complicated one. I love certain things he did, and then other things he was just straight up a dictator and a retard and set up future generations for tyranny. Alright, temple map. Temple of the Forbidden Eye. Look not into the eyes of Mara, and you shall gain admission to the temple of your greatest secret desire. Beware the false pathways that lead to death. So it's a choose-your-own-adventure book.
Bandit, where's the other water fountain? Well, see, I'm thinking in this school, you don't necessarily need that one.
I told you, we didn't have
They
to
are in
stay.
Connecticut, right?
I wouldn't abandon
What? We were segregated at that time.
Damasta, who'd make a good shadow? I say Tom Hiddleston.
Ooh, he would make a good shadow. I agree with that one. He'd be at the top of my list. Hey, I've often said Tobias Menzies would be an amazing shadow. Pet mummy photograph. All right. Does it have her pronouns on the back?
Jex Danogod, thoughts on Teddy outside of him being president?
As a man, he was a force of nature. Got up every morning at like 4 o'clock, kind of Trumpish, actually. And get this, at the time they were renovating the White House, and so he would get up at the butt crack of dawn and haul stumps by hand. Pull stumps out of the White House lawn. Freaking, the guy was inhuman. Like, there's so much to admire about Theodore Roosevelt as a man.
Drop it!
Politically, it gets a little more complicated. It's not all bad. Not all bad, but he was a progressive. And in that sense, his political legacy is somewhat more complicated.
It's Trump time. HT Arcade, have you watched the Young Chronicles
Marcus,
of Indy?
help me out here.
Coming, Indiana.
I've heard of it, but I never watched it back in the day. That was one of the first shows to use heavy CGI.
I might have caught one or two as a kid.
Oh, don't,
You know, that show is the reason that we got the prequel trilogy, the Star Wars prequel trilogy. Because George Lucas was I think he was producing on that. And they started to be able to do things like animate CGI skeletons to walk around and all kinds of stuff like that. And he was like, you know what? Maybe technology is up to the task now. We can finally do some of the stuff that I wanted to do in the original movies
in the window.
in the prequels. So he wound up finally working on the prequels.
TV's Hank, Indiana Jones, and the big black guy. Intrinsic Dark. Hey, Razor, would love it if you did a long-form video explaining how Marcuse and the rest of the Frankfurt School are, responsible for the racial division we're experiencing today.
Yeah. They're part of it. I think also Marx himself, who was a flag-waving racist. It's one of the great ironies is, you know, you didn't, when James Lindsay did that article rewrite on the Communist Manifesto and leaked it to that conservative newspaper, he didn't have to change it much because Marx was such a racist anyways. All right. Okay. Investigate the theft. So we're just kind of, this is cool. We're just kind of looking around and seeing stuff out of place.
Look at this mess.
Gives you an opportunity to explore a really neat environment. I like
Yeah,
this.
I think that's the idea, actually.
I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's not hand-holdy. It's clear that there are things you need to do, but mostly you're just taking in this really well-designed environment. I can see the, I don't know, gameplay-wise, what is this feeling like to you so far, Taryn?
More exploratory, more see, we haven't gotten into the actual combat and
Right.
sneaking yet.
There's a little bit of combat.
Yeah, so we need to, I think we need to get into it a bit
Oh.
more.
Is that solid gold?
Do you recognize this? What's it used for? It's for jacking off, isn't it?
Have it your way, buddy.
Oh
my your way, buddy.
gosh. Oh my gosh. You know, you've got a funerary mask here, you know? And that's just bloody existential dread right there is what that is.
He sounded Irish there for a second.
It's not, well, he says, he uses Irish slang. He does. Oh, I just threw it? Okay, you can do that. Why would
Karis,
you wear a mask when you're dead? When you're dead, it doesn't matter. They just put you in the coffin. I mean, just think about that for a moment, huh? Then clean your room, bucko.
I mean, does the mortician wash your penis?
Does he wash your penis?
Karis, I'm waiting for the apologists to now say that Indy 4 was good.
It certainly looks better after watching Hip of Titanium, but... Can I keep this, or do I have to drop it? I think I have to drop it. Can you... Oh. How do you...
Is there something caught in the window?
Oh, it looks like I can't put this in my inventory.
And just leave the gold mask there.
I guess you don't take the solid gold mask.
Up there in the broken window.
Uh-oh, the game's helping you because you're being a retard.
All right. Ooh. Yum, 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 yum. What'd he say?
Something up in the window.
Something up in the window. Oh, I should have known.
Is that the head of the staff?
Giant's pendant. Ugh.
Oh.
A pendant, is it?
Must have got caught when he left through the window.
He sounds so little like Harrison Ford, it beggars belief.
Let's keep searching.
He just sounds like a really bored Troy Baker. So, Troy Baker.
Do this real quick.
Alright, anything else? Oh, there's a... Oh, cool. So it'll mark stuff.
I'm really proud of that thumbnail. I'm looking at the channel dashboard and just see
What's up?
the thumbnail for our latest video.
Yes!
I'm very proud of that. It's subtle, don't you think?
It's so subtle. It just looks like Todd Howard's gonna turn and go, the cookies are right over here in the tree. Right? I had no... I figured Todd Howard was a manlet, but I had no idea. And here's the hilarious part. If this isn't emblematic of the entire Elder Scrolls series. Julian LeFay, the father of Elder Scrolls, is the Jolly Green Giant. He's a huge Danish basketball player looking dude. And then Todd Howard is just a Keebler elf. There's something poetic about that.
Well, this wasn't what I expected when you asked me down from New York.
Thieves don't usually make appointments.
Not just the break-in. I thought you'd given up on the fertility idol, Indiana.
People died for that thing, Marcus. Can't just let it go. Ah, look at this. Ugaritic letters.
Ugarit? It must be from Ras Shamra in Syria.
Terracotta. Likely Babylonian out of Iraq. Ancient Egyptian, obviously. A depiction of Bastet. No, this isn't right.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Alexander Ferris, I can't wait for you to wait till you cover Onslaught on a metal mythos.
The Bastet statue goes in the Egyptian section.
That's Iraqi.
That's right, Indy.
India. Hey!
Shlomo Bagelstein, Mike Pence. Stab him
That's where the
in the
relief
back,
belongs.
they said. We'll make you president in 2024, they said. Cause Lego Man just says, thanks for the stream. And bass player. Could you please explain how you became or why you are a Pirates fan? I'm a Pittsburgh local, and even I don't hate myself that much.
Because when I was growing up, we didn't have a baseball team. My family's all originally from Pennsylvania. And so when I got my first sets of baseball cards and whatever, I looked up the Pennsylvania teams. I didn't like the Phillies. They have a fruity logo. They still do. I don't like the Phillies. And my family was from the Erie area, a little bit closer to Pittsburgh than Philly. So I was a Pirates fan. And it was the early 90s when that happened. So the Pirates were actually making a run at the World Series at the time, if I remember correctly. That was when Barry Bonds was on the team. They actually were halfway decent. That's probably the last time they were halfway decent, outside of, a few years ago when they made that brief postseason run. I wonder. This is what again?
No, I think that's for something else, Indiana.
Ivory cask. It doesn't look right over there.
Duck one here? Right, Marcus?
Quite right.
Quite right. Capital. Now this I have no idea. What?
No. I don't think this was a votive offering.
Yeah, it must be that. It does kind of fit in with this.
HD Arcade, so it was confirmed feds were at Jan 6. Who knew?
Yeah.
We all knew.
They've admitted to 24 of them. And
Not quite.
I have not a shadow of a doubt in my mind there were more. Way more.
W. 003. What was that?
Siwa expedition. He took the cat mummy, Marcus. But why?
That is probably not a performance choice that Harrison Ford would have made. Nice Stranger Things font, by the way.
Good idea. Somebody sure went to a lot of trouble to steal a cat mummy.
Which is odd, because they never match with them on Tinder.
Gun guy with the
6
Tim's
weeks ago.
burgers. So Todd is of the Bossmer?
He's a bossmer.
Kylo Metal fan, I watch multiple episodes of Metal Mythos every day. I mostly stick to the classic metal episodes, but I love the whole series.
Godspeed. Thank you.
Norm Al, man. Help me, Razor. I am in an Iraqi relationship. I need Syrian help to lament my situation before it gets Baghdad.
What?
The situation is real.
What?
That looks Catholic to you, doesn't it?
Well, it is an
Sigil
idol.
of the Vatican secret archive, if I'm not mistaken.
This isn't just about a cat mummy, Marcus.
What are you going to do, Indiana?
Save the Catholic Church from Pope Francis.
I'll need my classes covered, of course.
Indiana,
Dawson seems the likely choice. Maybe Kittredge?
oh, look. Someone's left you a gift.
A turd.
How long has that been in there?
I haven't opened this suitcase for a year. Not since Cairo.
Marion?
You aren't going to open it, Indy? It's a beautiful
Did they get
turd.
John Rhys Davies?
Who's it from?
Yep.
Marion.
Say.
Marion Cobretti. Thank you, buddy.
What are you packing? And just where are you planning on going?
Yeah.
The essentials.
I see.
Do you require an effeminate British accent?
This will be a nice
You
gift.
know, you can talk to me, Indiana, about marriage.
There's nothing to say.
Drop it!
Been there, buddy. Warriors of the Clouds.
Did I tell you that? 2 months back, when you left for Siwa.
Odysseus asks, should I get this game? Is it too woke? Thank you, Razor.
I'm not seeing any wokeness so far. Mostly I'm seeing fan service. All right.
Which is to be expected, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, we take...
She was at her wit's end with you. I didn't know what to say.
What to
It
say?
wouldn't have made a difference. She had her mind made up.
Dawnbreaker. I hope Todd puts his ego over DEI in Elder Scrolls 6, because it's probably his last Elder Scrolls, so he definitely wants to be remembered well for it.
Yeah, there have been rumors the last several years that Todd Howard wants to retire, which, I mean, he's in his 50s, right? Like,
Yeah.
what? Retiring at 50? That, to me, says he doesn't like working under Microsoft. That's what that says to me. And can't blame you, bud. All right.
I'm not so sure about that.
We are packing the gramophone record. I think we're all packed.
Uzi Patrol. So how in blazes do you lose Damascus? And when am I getting my official Bath hairy waifu pillow. Oh, wait. Wrong stream. I thought this was Assad's podcast.
That Syrian, totally not a government plant girl will be over to save you any minute now, Assad.
I know that look, Indiana.
The moment I saw that chick on social media years ago, I was like, oh, government plant. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Dog with a bone.
Like, it's never been more obvious than with that chick's account.
I am intrigued. Why would the Vatican want your
Vatican?
Exactly. And there's only one way to find out.
Come now, Indiana, you can't travel to Italy. The college would never
You
sanction
can't
leave for this.
stop
Not in the middle of
Bergoglio from being born.
What's done is done. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to the Siwa expedition, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And when you got back, she wasn't there.
I gotta go.
It occurs to me this is probably another
Just run away from your problems.
another reason Harrison Ford didn't want to do this.
What?
Because he wouldn't just be lip syncing; he would have to do the motion capture
He
too.
wouldn't have to do the motion capture.
Dawnbreaker, so hopefully he tells them to F off with DAI, especially after Starfield. Or sorry, Stairfield.
On next plane to Rome. Stop. Need help. Stop. Meet me in Vatican. Stop. Indy.
My friend, stop. Vatican not safe. Stop. We'll wait for you at village steps.
Oh,
Stop.
cool.
Saturday
So we'll
is
actually
a
get to see fascists, not Nazis.
Don't
We're gonna get to fight black shirts? See, that's cooler. More games should do that. I believe Mussolini's in this game.
Really?
I believe he is. I think old Big Benny is in this. I think I saw a screenshot.
Darren, what do you have against HD Arcade? Because he won't fucking shut up because I missed one super chat.
On the other side of this fortress.
I'll
Oh,
get to
green
it.
herb. I can heal anytime I want.
I'll get to it when I fucking get to it.
I have to find
Shut
red
up.
and yellow now.
I'm just a tourist.
Wa ba ba. Caradamoci. Camereboha. Falcon punch. Sorry, pal. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
All right, fella. Where should I head you?
Il Duce himself. B-Dub, the museum never funds the trip until they do.
Camereboci.
The Great Scalzini.
I no want to pay the premium. I shoot the CEO.
Should have played Indie on Super Nintendo instead.
All right.
Mutter Schmucker. Those selfless martyrs, Jesus Christ.
Dude, look at that beautiful film grain, though. I'm glad I cranked that up to like 90. It looks so much better. I do not understand people who have a bug up their backside about film grain in games. It adds a lot. It adds a lot. Because with video games, there's just always this unnatural sheen. Any kind of digital, it's like the same problem movie CGI has. It doesn't have that texture. At least with film grain, you can kind of approximate that to some degree.
Number one, Schmuck, I appreciate that they warned us this game features socialists in it.
All right. It's true. Benito Mussolini, former head of the Milan chapter of the Italian Socialist Party and a flag-waving Marxist. Of course, the difference was his politics tended to change depending on what woman was occupying his bed that week. When he was banging a radical communist, he was a radical communist. You know, he's like the male shoe-on head. I kid.
Hung Nguyen, Marco Bombanzo
Bombanzo!
was hurt.
My doctor, Vinny Bombats! Can you can't jump. Okay, I guess you can just climb up that, alright. Okay, so clearly you do your...
There we go.
Okay.
Jegs Dino God, my line's error tone at work goes off when there is a tool fault or someone has a problem, which happens a lot. It's the Indiana Jones tune, and I hate it now.
Alright, there we go.
Super Bear punches 50 black shirts out cold, hide them under a flower. That doesn't look anything like a pile of 50 black shirts anymore.
The Pope is very sick. He eat the bad mortadella cheese. Do you see the new Sniper Elite game get teased?
No.
We're doing the French Resistance again? Again?
Again?
Again?
I mean, we've been to Italy and Africa. I guess it all comes around circle.
Again, like, I don't understand. If you want to do a game with a bunch of cool bolt-action sniper rifles, why not a World War I spin-off? You know? Sniper Elite Great War.
B-dub, Marxism and fascism are the same coin at different sides. No, Marxism and... It's fascism and communism are two sides of the same coin.
It's opposite ends of extreme socialism, that's all. It's the same reason. There's a right wing and a left wing within the Republican Party. There's a right wing and a left wing within the Democratic Party. There's a right wing and a left wing within extreme authoritarian socialism. This is not a difficult concept to grasp. You are an authoritarian socialist if you are a fascist or Nazi. You're just on the opposite side. You're on the right side of the authoritarian socialist axis, if you'll permit the word use. All right, what do we do here?
It's all over. I always liked your intro for these. What's the BTS? The BTS? What do you mean?
Aspetta, cos'è stato? Non sarà stato niente.
Hung Nguyen, Bombani, Bombani. 2 bullets in the head Thursday. What?
The thing pretty flimsy.
So you can't, there's no takedown?
I didn't see. Well,
there was no prompt.
Yeah, there's no tutorial saying, hey, you can sneak up on this guy.
Yeah, you would think I'd be able to sneak up on him and choke him out or something.
Normal man.
All right. All right, Dr. Vinny Bombats.
Is the Pope sick because he tried pineapple pizza?
Oh, God. I can't blame him. That was the beginning of the degeneracy in the Catholic Church. It was the original sin.
I'll see blades. I think that's how you say that. Thank you for the 20. What are your thoughts on Goonergate?
Goonergate?
Are
you guys talking about the goofy Korean game that isn't really very successful? It's been reviewed really low. It's like 5 out of 10 on freaking Steam and Metacritic, but so they're starting to sell DLC with women's ass cracks and really revealing costumes, and you know, people are jumping on that who are like anti-woke, okay, whatever, but
you're gonna have to
but
narrow
then there are
this
people
down.
No, but then other people have pointed out, like, guys, this is just like Coomer bait. Like, what are you, is this all you need? And that to me is the part of the argument that's not really being talked about. There's people who are calling it degenerate, which it is. And then there's people who are saying, bah, don't be Puritan, which, okay, fair enough if that's your position. Not a lot of people are pointing out the, you know, cynical side of it, which is, first off, it's the game's made in South Korea where porn is explicitly banned. And even lewd material is extremely regulated. Like it's not even like Japan where they have porn, but it's whatever, censored or whatever. South Korea we don't have porn. It's not allowed. So most of this stuff would be banned back home, although the game is not, to be fair. But it's regulated. Every lewd item of entertainment is regulated back in South Korea. The thing that bugs me is the idea, beyond the degeneracy, is just, it's like the implication is all American gamers need is a butt crack to buy it. And that always bothered me. It bothered me with booth babes, always, back in the day. It's just cynical. And again, you could focus on making a decent game, which the first Descendant isn't one. It's a bad game. It's a really bad game. The whole game is like, it has no unified art style. It's just a big bucket of stuff that some guy in a boardroom thought was cool. It's like, the whole game strikes me as some South Korean businessman got up one morning and said, all right, everyone, we're calling a meeting. Make me video game. And it's just every modern gaming cliche. Third person, shooty, game as service, like free to play, all that crap. It's that entire genre. And that, to me, that's what bothers me about it. It's getting lost in the conversation. The game is just one of the most cynical attempts to exploit an audience, while with a bunch of material that would either be banned in South Korea or would be heavily regulated in South Korea.
Okay, so It's All Over says, I always liked your intro for these. What's the behind the scenes? Apparently that's what that means. I'm not sure what you mean by behind the scenes. For the intro? Like, I just slapped together some music video stuff and, like, Photoshopped the arcade machine. It's got Razör, like, in neon lights above it. Like, it... I mean, it was a bit of work, but not too much. No, I poured my heart and soul into it, man.
Oh.
Good thing you didn't hear that.
Woo!
There we go.
Okay, so we do have takedowns, but you got to have a weapon ready. I may be able to just leave him here.
Bandit, hear me out. Sniper Elite, Red Dawn, Appalachia.
All right, let's see here. I was just telling Taryn a story about when I was in Kentucky. Speaking of which, was kind of a Red Dawn situation where I'm doing missions work in Kentucky. You want to know how rural some areas of Kentucky are? There's this area called Apple Core Mountain, and there was this kind of youth group out there, way up in the mountains, way out in the mountain. There was just nothing out there. Nothing but forest and mountains. And you want to know how behind the times some areas are in even America. It was like 1999 or something. And we were putting up the first telephone poles in the area. It was nuts. What is this? I'm carrying a... What? What? I'm just carrying a bust of the Emperor Nero or something. So anyway, we're on like a hike. And we're walking around, and the reason it was called like Apple Core Mountain or Apple Mountain is because it kind of looked like an apple core, like on one side. Like it was almost like it was hollowed out and came to a cliff. And anyway, so we're hiking around the bottom, the rim there. And there's this dirt road, and they're like, so go ahead, our guide tells us, go ahead and stay on the right side of the dirt road, would you? And we're like, what is that about? Okay, whatever. So we're all venturing, and some kid, a Spurg, is venturing over to the left. They're like, no, right side. And just from the reaction, we're like, what is that about? And kind of wind up asking him, what's the deal with, well, old man Majerison, or whatever his name was, he kind of grows fields and fields of pot. And we're like, oh, okay, whatever. He's like, yeah, but he tends to protect his fields from government agents with landmines and other assorted objects. And I'm like, Jeez. People don't fully appreciate how completely off the grid some areas in America really are.
Landmines, that's it.
Landmines, people! And here's the crazy part. That's not the only time I've dealt with landmines while I was on missions work. All right. Just the first time.
Multi-Sam, Razor. I just got an M95 carbine with original bayonet and all matching serial numbers. It's in stunning condition and, as you would say, a work of art.
Yes, yes, yes. Hold on a second. Turn my camera off for just a second.
Oh, one second.
And I'll be right back.
Let me get to whatever here. Turn off. I turn off the camera.
Is it done?
No, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, you're the one who won't delete any of this shit. That's not it.
Oh my god.
Webcam. There it is. Hey, you want to clean up some of this shit at some point? Should I start listing all of these sources?
I never have a problem.
It's because it's your laptop. You, of course.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Filthy.
Let me know.
No, it's off. It's off.
It's gone?
It's gone.
Okay, I'll be right back. All right.
Ace, choke him out. What is this, a New York subway simulator? Okay. Too soon, man. Too soon.
Here we go.
Huh?
Right there.
Oh. That's why that's unwise.
Okay.
I don't think anything's turned off. No, it looks fine. Good lord.
You guys are ready?
Okay, now I gotta find it again.
You scrolled off of it?
Yep. There it is. It's on.
All right, you guys. There you go. Right there.
You know, I can just enlarge this for this.
No, it's fine. Full length Mannlicher M95, the rarest kind of M95. It's the actual rifle from World War I. Most of these were cut down into carbines during the Great War, and then once Nazi Germany incorporated Austria, they loved the M95, even though it was really old at that point, and they used a lot of them for like rear echelon troops and stuff. So they cut down even more into the carbines, and I own a carbine, but guys, the rifle configuration is the one you want. It is the best, hands down, and it's a straight pull, so of course it goes, instead of you just go, oh yeah, Ruckzuck, right there. All right, anyway, so that's your M95. Okay. Ruckzuck. Okay. And it's called a Ruckzuck. Why, Taryn?
I don't know.
Because of the noise it makes. Ruckzuck. It's true.
Emperor Creatine.
All right. I am Colonel Mustard right now. I am going to brain someone with a candlestick.
What's that? An Indiana Jones game has fascist imagery all over the place? I did not see that coming. And frankly, I am shocked. Shocked to see this. Brother Cormac, thank you for the 20. After your mock Veilguard stream, I gave Dragon Age Origins a second. After finishing the game earlier this week, it's as fun as the first Mass Effect and KOTOR game.
He gave what a shot? Sorry?
What does turn you on?
The first Dragon Age?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Good call. What? Really? I need the bow or the violin? Okay.
Can't see you knocking anyone out.
I know.
With a fucking bow.
Want to buy, like, a really pretentious Jeff Jarrett?
HTRK.
I could do this all night. All night.
It looks like the new Fatal Fury and Virtual Fighter are gonna single-handedly redeem fighting games.
Which looks to you, Wolfen?
In my opinion, two of the best in the genre.
I concur. Virtua Fighter is unlike anything else in fighting games. It is... And it's funny because it eludes a lot of people because they think it's too basic. but it is the opposite. It is deeper than Tekken by a lot. It is deeper than Soul Calibur by a lot. It is a classic example of good design philosophy. Easy to learn, really difficult to master. I mean, vertical learning curve to master. There's nothing like a Virtua Fighter tournament. It is so much more intense than a Tekken tournament, Soul Calibur, any other 3D fighting game, and most 2D fighting games. Nothing like it, guys. If you haven't tried Virtua Fighter 5, I think you can still get it for 360 or PS3. It is on PS3, although the better version is on 360 for sure. Or you could get what game, Taryn? Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Yakuza Like a Dragon. The game is in the arcade in that game.
Is that, that's 5, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Uncle Russ, game devs will use fan service to recover for the fact their game is lackluster, i.e. Nike or Lollipop Chainsaw.
Yeah.
Shaggy Rogers book reviews. Razor going full spoony. Nazi warning! Full Nazi warning!
Betrayal! Betrayed me! Whoa.
VSS Ventores.
No,
Thank you again for that 50.
Dude, I'm candlesticking this guy. Dude, the freaking people talk about the Nazi uniforms. The fascists had nice uniforms too. They did.
Surprise.
Surprise. Poppity. Is there a better place to hide his body? Okay, there's some shadows over there and kind of an area behind some rubble. So let's...
Shlomo Bagelstein. A wrench.
Ooh.
Sorry, a spanner.
Bring me the hydro spanner.
Shlomo Bagelstein, Indiana Jones in the gas chamber of doom.
Ooh, fascist Billy Club. Woo!
Normal man. Now do a content warning for the
We heard
Soviets.
shots. What happened?
I sent them a message.
I shut down your printing press. You report on Mussolini's mistress.
When you knock someone out with that,
Right.
you have to say boppity boop.
Yeah. Oh, I lost it.
That's bullshit.
Oh, I want the...
Oh. Can you
I
toss
want
it
the
up?
black shirt Billy Club.
Can you throw shit? Can you toss it?
He heard it fall down, so there's a little bit of sound propagation in this game. Yeah! Dude, that's impressive. A lot of stealth games, you know, Uncharted and whatever, when they put crappy stealth elements in their game, even though they don't know how to do it, they won't put sound propagation in it, which is where when a noise is made, it travels, and if somebody's nearby or if somebody it can ricochet near them or whatever, they'll actually react to it. So it's already well in advance of the pack on that. This shouldn't surprise anyone, by the way. Emil Pagliarulo worked at Looking Glass Studios on the Thief games. He's the guy who gets dumped on the most, but I kind of think it's unfair. All right, there we go.
Jegs Dino God, commies dressed worse because they only had Adidas. Hung Nguyen, last week you said CEO guy made critical comments about Obamacare. What did he say?
Justice served. C-O-D.
What are you talking about?
Apparently you said something last week.
I don't recall saying that. I might have been speculating, like maybe he did, maybe. But I don't remember hearing that, so I think you might have misunderstood what I said.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been nothing.
All right, so. Oh man, I don't want to lose the bill. Oh well, okay. It's a better way around. I'll just jump up there.
Can you throw it?
I mean, yeah, but then he'll go to it and I won't be able to use it to knock him out. So, you know, whatever. We'll probably find more. There's a lot of fascists around. God, it's like X. Oh! What is this?
Alki Blades, thank you for the 20. You think V has a point in saying that now the Christian conservatives will now subvert media like the left has been, like a modern satanic panic, now that they are gaining cultural ground?
No.
No.
No. That's the kind of thing that happens gradually over time, first off, and not only have Christians not been in control for very long, they're not in control now. Like, still the vast majority of the media is woke, if not explicitly degenerate and communist. And the very idea is kind of silly. Huh.
Zaxilla, we'll do it live.
I wonder why he went up there. Maybe I made noise and drew him up there?
X, at least Naughty Dog didn't give the girl boss a bow. Yeah, that's true. Can't wait.
You gotta understand, when you had your so-called satanic panic, first off, a lot of that is exaggerated. I mean, whenever you have a propaganda term that rhymes, you should maybe have your BS radar tuned a little bit. A lot of that was nonsense. Not all of it, but a lot of it. It's kind of retroactive propaganda. But whenever you have that, it's the product of a long period of buildup. It takes a long time because you have to have pressure groups that can hit people's advertisers, hit their funders, their investors, whatever. And that takes time to build. Whoa!
Ma che diavolo? Ehi, laggiù, chi va là?
Can you? I think I'm screwed. I'm a screwedy. Screwed the batch.
Ti darò una lezione.
Pick him up fast.
Nope. I'm just gonna knock this guy out. Ah! And that's for being a commie. I mean, wait a minute.
Boppity boopity.
Yeah. That's for talking about forming a union that isn't incorporated into the fascist corporate system. There we go. By the way,
shouldn't leave the body lying around.
Popular misnomer, by the way, is the idea that the fascists and the Nazis did away with unions. They did not. They federalized unions.
Mi scusi.
All right.
A poor horse abused by a jank. They need a warning for these wooden doors these days. Question tree, what kind of prayer would you suggest to someone who is seeking God? I've never prayed before, but I wish to have my eyes opened and to become a tool of God's will.
Wow. It's as simple as a prayer when you're coming back to God has to continue and has to include an admission of falling away or sinning and repentance of it and understanding that you are from that point forgiven. The Bible says from that point on, your sins are as far away from as the east is from the west. And and it has to be made in sincere contrition. And then amen. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you need something to lead you, devotions are a great idea. And the one that I always recommend, because I love, he's a wordsmith, and he's called the Prince of Preachers for a reason, is the great C.H. Spurgeon, has a devotional called Morning and Evening. And it is a morning devotional and an evening devotional. And so it's got verses, and it's got all that stuff that you want. It opens up with a verse, then it has kind of a short lesson, and it generally will lead you in prayer. Another great one, if you have a phone, if you want a phone app, I love the great A.W. Tozer. And the cool thing about the A.W. Tozer devotional is it's little bits from his kind of prayer and devotional and lectures and stuff. So it gets seriously into theology and the matters of being regenerate. But then each devotional will kind of have its lesson. Then it'll have its Bible verse. Then it will have a prayer right there. Those are great. Those are great to get in the habit of doing that. And I'll also say this. When you're first learning how to pray, there's an old axiom. It's not necessarily true. It's kind of an exaggeration, but yeah, I find it somewhat true. Silent prayers receive silent answers. Try praying out loud, because I find it gives you kind of more of an accountability in a way. Try praying out loud, alone, obviously. Even if you have to go in a closet or something, you can just pretend you're a groiper. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
But that's my advice. So just keep that in mind. An admission that you need the Lord and that you've sinned. Repentance for it, sincere repentance, and an understanding that you are from that point on regenerate, a commitment to being regenerate.
Stop.
What's up?
Hammer time.
Hey! Oh! Who, by the way, MC Hammer is what now?
Dead?
A minister.
Oh.
He's not dead.
I know. It was a layup, man.
MC Hammer is in fact a preacher. Has been for many a year.
Yes, it was nothing.
It's probably just a stray cannoli. I am gonna hammer this guy so hard. That didn't sound right at all.
You're gonna hammer him in this back alley.
Yes.
No, it's fine. Hey, I'm not judging.
Face of the wall. Spread your legs.
I'm gonna bippity into your boppity.
Like I just... All right, there we go. I love it. My third-person model has a fedora on. There we are. Where'd he go?
Are you sure it's a fedora and not a trilby?
Stop it. Stop it. Well, Indiana Jones is a college professor, not a video essayist. All right. This is where I hid that guy's body really badly. Where did he go? That dude just... Oh, he went back inside. He went back inside. I see.
Taryn, you continue to not surprise me. Well, you continue to disappoint me, so that gives me and your mother something in common.
Oh, yes!
Fair and square.
Just kidding.
In addition to both being women.
What?
Pick up from this.
You want me to...
You left yourself open for that one.
You want me to trash your fucking life?
Oh, she's like, da-da-da-da-da.
Question tree. What kind of prayer? Oh, no, I already read that. Cosmic Fanatic. Longtime fan, have either of you ever been to any big metal festivals?
Yes.
Like Wacken or Bloodstock. Thank you for years of awesome and insightful content, and Godspeed.
Darren?
No, I've never been to a festival, no.
From the Vatican Pharmacy.
I have only been to one festival my whole life. In 2002, I made good friends with a metalhead in my high school who introduced me to King Diamond, and he was really into King Diamond, I remember, and Iced Earth. His father was German, so he had to go back and visit. I guess his mom was in the military or something when he was born. And so he got tickets to Wacken 2002. And he was already going to fly back, so they got one additional plane ticket. They had some kind of connect. And I went to Hamburg with him and went to Wacken. I believe King Diamond was playing that year, I think. That was a good year for Vakken, actually.
What does turn you on?
Six Blades Kojiro, the Satanic Panic as a marketing tool, is second only to the parental advisory label.
Oh, wow. No, that's an instant takedown even when you use your fist. Giggity. Come on now.
Dawnbreaker. I think one of the biggest problems in today's society is everyone's trying to make everything kid-friendly. Parents need to start parenting again.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the kind of movies that used to get made for kids, or the kinds of books that used to be made for kids. They did not coddle children. You read some of the odd books, and there's some dark stuff in there. That's why the movie that's most accurate to the Oz books is Return to Oz, which is like almost a horror movie at times. I don't think you need to condescend to kids. I don't think you do. I think you need to have a little bit of reality in there. Because watch my rant of school shooters and Fabergé eggs. I don't think the generation of children, especially young men, who were coddled and shielded from things and I don't think that is an insignificant contributor to the phenomenon of school shooters. I don't. Because you got these kids who were told they were best. They got their participation trophies. They never had to endure any heartbreaks. And then they get out of high school. They're told, oh, you've got to go to high school and then to college and you'll get your big high-paying job if you follow all those rules. And of course, that's not how it works. You can do all those things and not get any jobs. Your job, the job that you study for, can be obsolete. And they get out into the world and none of those promises materialize. And because they were raised like a Fabergé egg, they have no skin. They have no defense mechanism. That rhino skin that you get from being in a high school and your friends telling dick jokes and cutting each other down and, you know, the standard kind of stuff, getting in the odd scrape here. And all that hard rhino skin that you were supposed to develop as a child and a young man isn't there. That's why all the school shooters fit that kind of, whatever you want to call it, incel mode. It's not, the common denominator is not that they're celibate. Some of these people have gotten laid. The common element is they're people who have been massively sheltered. Look at Elliot Rodger. Jeez, he was sheltered. Talk about sheltered. The common element is a lack of socialization and a lack of, like, psychic armor. So I think that's an element to it. You can't keep coddling kids, and our entertainment shouldn't coddle kids.
Let's party!
All right.
Trenchcoat
Having
Sword.
you sit here eating monsters.
Is that Morning and Evening by C.H. Spurgeon?
Yeah.
And O.S. Gibson says, what do you think about RFK?
Original RFK.
I'm assuming he's talking about
RFK Senior
Jr.
or RFK Jr.?
Yeah, I'm assuming Junior because it's most topical.
RFK Jr., the thing that I respect the most about him is he's a guy who is not an ideologue. He is 100% a guy who's willing to reconsider positions. He's willing to admit when he was mistaken and modify his... Man, that takes a ton of character. That takes a ton of character. Probably a lot of that is because of his recovery. He was a big drug addict for years. He was a big partier. He had all kinds of problems. And when you get into recovery, man, you have a come to Jesus, usually literally. And you have to take accountability for a lot of stuff. So I think that's part of it. I think that's the thing I admire the most about him, is that he's a guy who is able to take a really hard look in the mirror and go, yo, I was wrong. I was wrong about that position and this position. And he's modified over time. Man, it takes so much character. You can see that on social media. Everybody's butting heads. Nobody's changing each other's mind. Nobody. And it's because no one has character anymore. DeVito's letter. The priests have been ordered to be obedient, so keep your gun holstered and behave. If they give you any troubles, talk to Father Ventura. He's on our side. Captain DeVito.
Now, what do the black shirts want with the Vatican?
What did the black shirt... Does Indiana Jones seriously not know why the fascists are interested in the Vatican? This is one of the reasons, by the way, that Mussolini, for all his faults, is still, to this day, seen a bit more positively than Hitler. In Italy, certainly. He was the guy who finally settled the issue of the Vatican. And that is part of his historical legacy forever. Like, you can't...
Shackley Rusterford finally got Red Dead 2 and loving it so far. Do you think Dutch was some sort of communist? I got that vibe and seem to remember you saying in a previous stream it was suggested he'd at least read Marx.
Not Marx, but yes, Rockstar's version of Marx, kind of. There's a writer guy that he's obsessed with, and the guy, it's kind of like soft alluded, is some kind of labor guy, some kind of socialist guy, and it's like, okay, it's probably some kind of like allegory for Marx or somebody like that. But yeah, I think he was, in a way. Not fully. There's other elements of him. I mean, mostly he's just a criminal. But I repeat myself, right? Hey, wrench. Okay, where did this all lead? Because I stopped right before.
I'm going to read some older ones now, guys, just because I need to catch up. Keegan Phoenix, do you like the Space Wolves?
Space Wolves?
That band?
I don't know what you're talking about.
RFK in for Virtual Fighter 6 when. Very funny.
All right, there we go.
Oh, hello, Mercenary X. Hope you, Razor, will be the same if faced with evidence.
All right, there we go. I try to be. I am a stubborn ass, but I will reconsider positions if I'm presented with countervailing evidence. It's showing me something on the map here. What is it?
Austin Ferris.
It's trying to show me something.
'Tis my 28th birthday today.
Emphasis on tism.
And I just got back from Missouri yesterday. Saw the birthplace and grave of Jesse James.
Ooh!
Happy birthday.
Nice. Did you see where the Tut Wild Bill gunfight happened?
Getting closer.
One of the most, probably the most famous high noon pistol duel in the history, in the real Old West. It's a real pistol duel in the real Old West. Very few of those. And Wild Bill Hickok, of course, won. A 75-meter shot taken with his Navy Colt by bracing it over his forearm. Freaking insanity.
Also, I don't recall Indy talking to himself this often.
Yeah, right?
Solus. Hey, Razor, did you see the game trailer for Thick as Thieves at the Game Awards?
Oh.
It looks like more like pay live
War
service
Inspector. No, I mean, it could be a good game. I want to say that. I want to go on the record as saying that, because it could be. War Inspector is making a multiplayer thief heist game. It will probably have some design elements of Thief in it, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, it could work. I know that when they were working on Thief 2, they were famously working on a multiplayer mode. And later on, after the game came out, they even there was a patch that leaked of the multiplayer mode, and the fans, the Thief fans, like kind of put it back together and finished it. So if you want to play multiplayer Thief 2, you can. So War Inspector, the people at Looking Glass were already experimenting with the idea of multiplayer Thief back then. It's been an idea they've had for a long time. Look, if it winds up, because when I heard about, remember that game Hood, Outlaws and Legends?
Yeah.
Supposed to be kind of an extraction heist game and whatever, and it just didn't, it wasn't horrible.
No, it wasn't bad.
But it just never really got what it was going for. There was something too actiony about it. Something was just off. And they stopped supporting it after a while, and it was a shame what happened to it, really. So if they're able to do something like what we thought Hood Outlaws and Legends was going to be, I might play it. Stupid Fortnite art style and all. It's Warren Spector. I'll give it a shot. He hasn't made a game that I've hated yet.
In bed with a goblin.
He did he did a little bit of work on Underworld Ascendant, which is very underrated. It is cool that it's going to be Other Side Entertainment, and there were a lot of people speculating Other Side were going to go under. All right. I'm just hoping it has a smooth, whatever happens with Thick as Thieves, I hope it has a smooth launch, unlike Underworld Ascendant. Like, they release a semi-complete game that only needs minimal patching, and that people actually enjoy it at launch. That, to me, is the biggest thing. The thing that has been quietly confirmed, though, I didn't even think of that until hearing that Warren Spector is working on that. What does your mind immediately go to regarding Warren Spector, dude?
Deus Ex.
Well, no.
What?
What's the other franchise? What's the other point of the Trinity?
Epic Mickey?
No, the Trinity.
Oh, Thief, Deus Ex, and...
Cyberpunk?
System Shock, right.
He was working on System Shock 3 last we heard. Now he's not. We know System Shock 3 was gobbled up by Tencent.
Yeah, that's
They never said whether Warren Spector was off the game or not. They never said if Other Side was off the game or not. So, I guess this is confirmed. Warren Spector's not making System Shock 3 anymore? Nobody's really talked about that. It sounds like
it's on ice. Kylo Metal Fan, my 18th birthday is next Friday. Oh, cool.
Okay.
Make sure to remind us. We'll shout you out. I can't... Excuse me.
Sweet dreams, fella.
That should have turned on the radio. I cast knife. So is Trump's initial radical picks not going through, and instead him putting forward more reasonable picks? Are
they though? Kash Patel, it looks like, is going to get it.
Or is he getting shafted before he even gets inaugurated?
No. What's happening is, you have to understand, Republicans are obstructing him, as I think Trump knew they would. So some of these are waste picks, I suspect. Knowing that he can't get everything he wants. So he's thinking, okay, I like Matt Gaetz, I'll run him up the flagpole, but they're probably going to say no. Trump is aware. I'm beginning to recognize a strategy here. I'm not saying 4D chess or any of those memes. I think Trump is aware. And I think what he's doing is he knows the Republicans can't obstruct him for very long because it's going to cost them electorally. And there's already some scuttlebutt within Republican ranks. Like, we've got so much political capital we can expend here, frustrating Trump's picks, before eventually we just have to give in and allow them. And you're seeing that already with Kash Patel. They've pretty much done nothing to try and obstruct him. I think he wasted a few picks, kind of getting him out of the way. They'll get another position, doing something else, I'm sure. But I think it's a tactic. Tales of Dread #1. Love it. They thought no one could escape the prison of the damned, but they never expected what could come in.
Yes, even fascists need a little light distraction.
All right.
Uncle Russ, should the creation story and fall of man be taken literally? Been trying to get back to God to make sense of the Bible.
The Bible is meant to be taken the same way God is, as something that is a guide, but is also to a degree unknowable. I don't like people who are flat literalist and flat subjectivist on the Bible. I'm not an authority on it, and I don't think anyone can be. It's kind of like when I hear people debate really passionately on whether or not there's life on other planets. It's like, you have an unknown quantity here. You don't even know how many planets there are. How can you debate passionately on the subject? You don't know how many livable solar systems there are. And it's like, the Bible and the concept of God is 10 times more obscure than that. How are you going to be egocentric enough to think that you've got all that figured out? I think you can make your arguments. Oh, I think it maybe seems like it's more like this and more like that. But I don't think you can definitively state. I definitely don't. I think you certainly need to definitively have your faith. All right, there we go. Shovel!
The number one schmuck. Thank you for the 20. I play a Turok game every December as a personal tradition. To see the franchise revived only to be slaughtered on stage at the VGAs last night just confirms that the Sheriff of Nottingham really did call off Christmas.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Up here, up here, up here, up here, up here. Whoa! I'm gonna knock this guy out. Did he hear that? No, he didn't. He didn't hear a great big bong from a shovel. Not that I'm complaining. Oh, he saw the body. Dang it! Okay, 5 minutes ago on the checkpoint. Let me go back. Let me save scum a little bit.
Gilly Monster. That Nazi warning was so long, it could take 3 super chats to post the whole thing.
Right?
604 characters.
Jeez.
Mr. Scruffles.
You'd have to have X Premium to post it on Twitter, right?
Know what ruined third-person shooters for me?
Like the Major always says.
Information is ammunition.
Over the shoulder.
Oh, gosh.
Come on, Max Payne got it right in 2001. Copy a good game for once.
Yeah, the fact that all third-person games have to be over the shoulder is just kind of silly. I get it. You want to emphasize the ability to aim, but I've played third-person games where it wasn't directly over the shoulder, and I could still aim just fine. Like, what's the problem?
James Spinner.
I mean, look. What's one of the best-selling third-person action games ever? We're playing a game similar to it. Frickin'
Oh, Uncharted?
Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider! Those aren't over the shoulder. At least not the good ones.
James Spinner.
Whoa, I did not know he was there.
Another time, chum.
Chum!
Shots. What happened?
I sent them a message.
The AK for the head of... The AK guy for the head of the ATF. Good idea or bad idea?
Great idea. I mean, he came really close to winning his primary. He's a legit political threat. He should be taken seriously.
Rinku Star, thank you for the 20.
Okay.
Have either of you ever had an experience with the paranormal? He's already told the story about the doorbell.
Yeah. There was that weird doorbell story, but that's about it.
For 2 or 3
I had a friend who... I guess he had been staying in a house where the cabinets would slam themselves sometimes. But that isn't really my story. Oh, man, come on. No. Give me some debris to hide behind. All right. Must have been nothing.
For 2 or 3 years, a demon oppressed my home. I had a few terrifying moments until I prayed for protection. My sister suffered for years until my dad cast it out.
You seem pretty flimsy.
I think his partner knows where I am.
Chad Dad. Getting rid of a demon. Nice. Mercenary X, so I turn 45 next month. I so expect war on my birthday. War. War? War!
Megan McCain has entered the chat. Did you know he was her dad?
Well, wonders never cease.
Yeah.
Kylo Metal fan. I would love to see a mythos for Dio or Ozzy.
I'd like to do one for Dio. Ozzy's kind of the biggest poser in the history of metal.
Bandit. The good Tomb Raider game, Tomb Raiders, are Under the Bob.
All right, there we go.
Joseph Smith.
Look at that sexy motorcycle right there.
I bet you that's the exact one from...
Yeah, I bet you.
Hey, Razor, ever play Fall of Cybertron? I did. Also, anything one should expect when trying to get a band off the ground, other than my politics being used against me.
Finding a practice space that is reliable is the single most annoying thing when you start a band. The single most annoying thing. Because you got to be somewhere where the neighbors won't bitch too much. You got to be careful. Got to have it soundproofed. After a while, I got a practice space with my band where it was way out in the industrial area between Phoenix and Buckeye. So there was nothing but warehouses and machine shops. And so we could be as loud and annoying as we wanted to because we waited till after work hours were over, right? So we'd meet up like 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, and then we just bash it out, and it was great. It was just out in this industrial part of Phoenix. That was perfect. But then after that, the machine shop closed or something or whatever, and we had to practice at my drummer's house. And dude, the neighbors, they hated us, and the feeling was mutual. So that's always the biggest pain, I think. Try and find something like a storage space. Find the right neighborhood, find the right building, and commit to using that.
Norm L. Man.
Because if you can't meet reliably, your band's going to fall apart. It's the easiest way for a band to break up. It's not girlfriends. It's not politics. It's the logistics of meeting up and practicing.
Would you happen to know enough to comment on Graham Hancock and his theories? If not, what are your thoughts on mysterious ancient civilizations and ancient aliens theories?
I don't accord with them. I haven't heard Graham Hancock's theories, though. Oh, hello. Think he's listening to the radio?
Rinku Star. To clarify, you should shovel it in.
Wow. I destroyed the chair. I hit him so hard.
Yeah, that man's dead.
Yeah, that's not a living person.
To clarify, we were not talking to each other about the things that were happening until years later after a Bible study and prayer session. Oh, cool.
Here we go.
Creeper Weirdo, you hear about the Billy Carson drama? I thought he was an atheist cringelord. Turns out he's a UFO grifter with connections to Theosophy Real Wacky.
Theosophy?
Theosophy?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never even heard of that person.
Yeah, we don't really listen to internet drama.
Let's heal up a little bit.
Dillybod.
Go suck a lemon.
You like film grain but not motion blur? Gamers make me cringe. Shut up.
I eat the donut.
Normal man. Thank you for the 20.
Motion blur affects the performance, and it affects your ability to see. Item limit reached. That must be for bandages. That is a crutch. Much like my crouching everywhere.
I was at one of the locations for Indy 3. I was at the Petra, where it was the entrance to the place where the Holy Grail was in the movie. This was the same trip where I saw a replica Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, neat.
Because we all know the real one is at Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
Mercenary X, I lived in a haunted house for 11 years. Ghosts don't scare me. I have a beef with them since I got the blame over anything that happened in the house.
All right. So I guess that's his way of saying, I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Shadow Gamble, thoughts on the show MacGyver?
MacGyver. I barely even watched it. Taryn, on the other hand,
I love MacGyver.
You have all the seasons, right?
Yep. I got the collection. No, not the new MacGyver. Of course.
God, there was a new MacGyver. I just found out the other day. I didn't even know there was a new Magnum PI. What?
Yeah. You know, there's a new Equalizer.
Equalizer. I never even heard of the Equalizer.
Did you know of
there was a new A-Team, wasn't there?
Possibly. Equalizer. You didn't hear about the Denzel Washington movies?
No.
But yeah, Equalizer with Queen Latifah.
Of course.
Like, okay. Yep, MacGyver did fight the Sasquatch hand to hand. That's true.
Wasn't that Andre the Giant?
In the costume? I don't know.
All right. What was the show where Andre the Giant was Bigfoot? What was the show? Was it $6 Million Man or whatever it was?
I have
$1 Million
no
Man?
idea.
What was that show? It wasn't Hulk, was it? I don't think it was Hulk.
$6 Million Man fought Sasquatch.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, what is that? I like how I'm in Italy and I spend half my time collecting wine bottles and food. No judgment here, huh, Bethesda?
Great Scalzini.
Later, I'm gonna uncover a freaking child trafficking ring. You know, standard Italy stuff.
What did Norm Macdonald say to the World War II German? No offense, but that sounds like fucking commie gobbledygook.
Oh,
HT Arcade, have you quit Hunt? What happened? Oh, no, we talked about that already. Dustin the Grim.
Hunt is a literal clown show right now. We're going to play it later, though. You and I are going to play it.
Yeah.
I played it for less than an hour, and the whole game just feels messed up right now. I feel like power creep is a big problem right now. Everybody's got superpowers right now, and even when there's not an event going on, some of the new traits are just goofy. Many, many moons ago, when Hunt Showdown was introduced, sort of kind of the whole selling point was you are super vulnerable, but your guns are really powerful. So if you hit your shots, you'll be all right. It's kind of a similar appeal to Thief, really. You're really powerful if you're not seen, or if you're ambushing people, or you set up a perfect ambush, or whatever. But you're really vulnerable if you're seen, and you don't mount a very good ambush. What? Oh, crap. This is not a goodie. Really?
It can be very, very nasty.
The guy next door didn't hear that?
So can I.
Indy can pick up his fedora using X, giving him a second chance at the fight. Lucky Hat is disabled, while Indy's outfit's Fortitude is on cooldown. Cooldown? Really?
I'm intrigued.
The Journal Book. Boo? 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 Okay, I guess I just got that. I guess I don't have to equip it or anything. I don't know. That's a bell. I'm not going to use that. What is that? That's like a wine decanter?
Dustin the Grim. One must wonder, do McConnell and Pelosi have life alert?
Oh, let's see here. Yeah, did you hear about Pelosi?
What?
Broke her hip While, I think she was out of the country. Wasn't she in Europe or something? Broke her hip. What's with, like, our entire political class falling down and nearly dying? Oh, that's right. They're 1,081 years old. That's right. Our entire political class are moldering before our very eyes. Captain's key. Opens the northern... Okay, I need that key. Attenzione!
Composite fry lock.
Now's the hairy bit. I gotta... Well, it's Italy. This is all the hairy bit.
Brokeback Mountain remake starring Jeff Keighley and Hideo Kojima. Let's see. Michael McLeod. Thank you for the 20. Envious you get to play this.
That's
enough. Oh, yeah. What's up?
Envious you get to play this. Us Sony fans have to wait until April.
I forgot about that. Yeah, Bethesda are Xbox exclusive now, so only the PC Master Race and the dwindling number of Xbox gamers get to play this. I have to say, it's good so far. It is.
Norm Alman.
No wokeness detected yet, but we'll see.
The opening of Raiders is one of the best openings of a movie ever.
It is because it establishes what the movie is right from the beginning. All right, there we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He found a body. Uh-oh.
Swagnarok. Dutch Vanderlyn pitching this game to Arthur at a Bethesda board meeting.
What? Orange! I found an orange. Fantastic.
Why can't we find mangoes, Arthur? We'll make an Indiana Jones game just in time for the franchise to be dead, Arthur. It'll be really good, but half the gamers won't be able to play it. You gotta have faith.
Where'd he go?
Bucketbot.
Okay,
Good thing you didn't play Hunt. The servers aren't working. Many such cases.
Of course.
Hammer.
So it's a day ending in Y over at Crytek.
Hammer of Subtlety. I was expecting Legacy of Kain Remaster. But alright, let's roast.
I definitely want to play that, but there were so many games to choose from. Red Dead PC version, remastered version, just came out. Hunt is doing the event. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, which is the game. It was the first game we streamed. One of my top 10 favorite games of all time. I absolutely plan to stream it. And of course, this. We had been putting this off for like a week and a half. So it was a embarrassment of riches. So I put it to a vote, and of course, democracy failed.
There's several more things coming out soon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's other stuff I didn't even mention. What are we looking at?
We're just lousy with games instead of, lots of games that are lousy.
Yeah.
Lorafax, join us next week as we review Carolina Jane and the Great Phallic Object.
No. That's when the Tomb Raider reboot comes out. That's when that comes out.
Seth the Mountain.
Where freaking Lara Croft has a bigger bulge than Michelle Obama.
I'm from Indiana, and I always said Gary is scary. Bass player. So let me get this straight. Harrison will happily come back for a film, but can't be bothered to come in and do a few days voice work.
I don't think he likes video games. I gotta be real. He has never voiced Indiana Jones once in a game. Even in the good ones. He gets paid for his likeness, though. He definitely does. He's gonna make bank off this game if it does well. Which is probably why he agreed to be at the Game Awards, because he's like, whatever, the royalty check's worth it. What the hey?
Mercenary X. Oh, did you get the Red Dead copy I sent you?
Yes, yes. That's why we would have been able to stream it. I was gonna buy it myself, you madman, but... Where are we? What?
Volcanicus Rex, Indiana Jones, and the Alzheimer's, What?
Huh? Anyway, you know the thing. Ooh. I love a good parapet. Love a good crenellation.
Kylo Middlefan, my favorite game of all time is GTA Vice City. I'm a sucker for the 80s, and I love every second of that game.
It's a good game. Little linear. Hammer time.
Poor thing. Fell like a leaf.
Slowly? Fell like a leaf. Leaves fall like this. Like, what? Who writes this dialogue? Oh, right, Bethesda. Oh, right.
Super Bear, Indiana Jones, and getting the museum artifacts back after the reverse mortgage.
What?
I don't. Does not compute. You mentioned Emperor's Tomb and Lego Indy. What's in Indiana Jones's greatest adventures?
Oh, definitely Emperor's Tomb is up there. Some of the LucasArts point and clicks and stuff are really good too. But I would say Lego Indiana Jones and Emperor's Tomb are right at the top. Right at the top. Emperor's Tomb is literally just, hey, do you want to play an Indiana Jones game that's just Tomb Raider? Pfft. Run, don't walk. Go get that. It was on Games with Gold back when they still had that.
Jason, Razor, been about a year since you introduced me to Mario RPG. Fantastic game, but remember the battle music? That catchy, mind-wiping earworm? Yep, I sure do, for about a year now.
Nice. I mean... Oh, black shirt Billy Club, breaking commies' kneecaps.
Sure you did your best, champ.
All right, there we go. There's paralysis in Pinko's future.
Havoc, another albeit stressful seminary semester under the belt. Merry Christmas, Razor, and God be praised.
Jesus Christ be praised. Henry's come to see us. Oh no.
What? I don't hear anything. Do you hear something? Anyway, I'm just gonna continue.
Stop it.
What? No, I mean, hey, if that guy hears something,
It's like the song that never ends from Lamb Chop's Play Along, which one day is gonna drive someone legitimately insane.
You think so? Fine.
What?
No, I'll turn it off. I mean, turn what off?
Ah!
Uh,
All right. Hey, I think I see a partisan over there, raping your Duce. Oh, crap. That was well done. Ah! I think I hear somebody bopping or booping over there.
Gilly Monster. At this point, Harrison Ford does...
Oh, there we go.
Anything Harrison Ford does could be titled Indiana Jones and Any Reason to Keep Living. Zachzilla, Night of the Living Jones.
Why is this guy not turning around? I can't believe that even worked.
Emperor Creatine, Indiana Jones, and the information that could lead to that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
You mean Indiana Jones and the information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton?
Movie canceled.
That's a big fat man. That's a big old boy.
He required 2 boppities.
Too many linguinis.
Heavier than you look.
Whoa, is he heavier than he looks? Is he?
Jegs Dino God, Indiana Jones and the onion tied to my belt.
Antonio.
Hey, Taryn, it's Antonio.
Boppity boopity.
We have to make haste. I just saw Father Ventura with a black shirt on his way to the Castello.
It was a black tap-out t-shirt. I think he's in his
Ventura?
edgy late 90s kid phase.
What's that?
I said, who is Father Ventura?
We call him the Men in Black. A friend of Mussolini. Practically runs the Vatican now that the Pope has taken ill.
Has taken ill.
Shh, that's him.
Benito serve altro per renderlo a proprio agio? Il duce non sarà mai a proprio agio dentro il Vaticano. Capisco. Quando arriveranno I suoi ospiti? Domani, se il vento è favorevole.
You know, Hank, they say Democrats are like the buffalo. They're big, they smell, and they should have gone extinct ages ago.
Father Ventura opened the gates to the Vatican. Now the fascists.
Don't forget the inbreeding.
Shameless.
Shameless.
Who's the guest they're waiting for?
I have no idea.
Alright. Almost there.
Olympus Golem of Light, thank you for the 50. Someone else knows of Lamb Chop? This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my
How many years
friend.
has it been?
I'm not singing all of that.
Since the infirmary by the Piave.
Those were dark times. Unbearable without a good friend at my side.
This man is dead.
Oh yeah, he's long dead. And they didn't give him hearing aids so that wouldn't
Antonio.
be used in a set piece where he's being tortured.
For me?
No, that's the latest humdinger out of New York City.
It's Van Halen 1. Don't be a pussy. Put it on.
Amigo mio. I think you will need some rest.
Yeah. Puts it on. I like big butts and I cannot lie. Anyway.
House next door to me. No, sorry.
This really boppities.
Buongiorno. This American music is astounding. How do they play like that?
What a wonderful band full of white men.
What's going on outside?
They seem to be particularly on edge this morning. I have cornetti if you want something to eat.
Let's see.
I'm looking for somewhere.
I was looking for somewhere with a lot of idols.
There is Giovanni, the chef. He is quite tall, and his risotto ai funghi is...
Very tall, like a giant. He stole something from me, and I mean to find out why.
What did he steal?
Well, a cat mummy. Very unusual for where it was
Ooh, a pair!
And the thief left behind his Vatican calling card.
Vatican robber in Connecticut. That seems a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Can I see this calling card?
Kylo Metal Fan, I'm going to arrange on my birthday.
Yeah?
What do you make of this?
It looks like the sigil of the Vatican Secret Archive, but there's something different about it. Are you sure you want to investigate this, Indy?
His voice sounds
Things
familiar.
don't add up, and it's driving me crazy. There's more to that cat mummy, and I'm not letting that giant off the hook.
Well, the only giants I heard about is from back in the 16th century. And a certain Father Crescenzo...
Who's that voice?
I can't place it.
God, that's gonna drive me nuts. I know who that is. That's an actor. That's not a voice actor. That's an actor. Who is that?
You want me to just look it up?
to have seen the secret messages inscribed in the oldest buildings of the Vatican. He said they referenced a group of giants he called the fallen angels.
Bald guy.
Hidden in the holy city.
What's this guy's name?
Bear in mind that
Antonio.
Father Crescenzo was known mainly for one thing.
Oh yeah, what's that?
He looks nothing like that.
Craving brain-sick madness. Well, let's get you dressed like you belong here.
Oh man, he's like on sitcoms and stuff. Jeez, jeez, jeez. See, I hate.
Remember this symbol you showed me. I have seen it once before in the library. Yes, in the conservation room.
Oh.
Most likely nothing, but
Father
you say you want
Antonio.
to investigate this.
It's a lead worth following.
You can put this on.
Enrico Colantoni?
Alright, there we go.
I hope they fit.
Hope they feed.
Enrico Colantoni.
Does he look like him?
Yep.
Oh, he does? Okay, then I'm lying. I mistook him for someone else. Never mind. He has a really similar voice to an actual Hollywood actor.
He looks like he's just a character actor for TV.
Yeah. Okay. That looks familiar.
Like that. Put the disguise on, Indy.
Alright, fine. Here we go. Did you just change in front of this man? I just get nude in front of him?
Perfetto, Indy. You should have become a man of the cloth.
I found another calling.
We have to be careful. Il Duce has eyes and ears everywhere, even in the holy city.
Vi siete fatto un amico.
I was watching while you were...
This is,
Father Gallagher from...
Gallagher! No wonder there's so much fruit around.
You're here to help. Antonio, he's going deaf, he says. An old war wound, I'm told.
Well, I'm just here to serve God. Aren't we all?
Ne assumete la responsabilità. Credo che il Santo Padre sarebbe in quanto contrariato se introducessimo individui discutibili nella sua città.
Naturalmente, Padre Ventura.
He's a jolly fellow.
Yes. Good luck, Indy.
Good
If you
luck.
need me, I will be here in my office.
Got the pistachio manicari.
F says, Imagine Harrison Ford sitting down there front row center at the Game Awards in absolute awe of all those gotcha game anime advertisements. The number one schmuck in it's the mid-90s. You have a Genesis, a Super Nintendo, and are set for a night of beat-em-up gaming. Which game do you pick, and which characters do you play?
Mid-90s beat-em-up game on SNES. Spider-Man Separation Anxiety is one. Final Fight 2. Streets of Rage. Golden Axe. And what was the other part of that question?
What characters that you play?
Oh, what characters did I play? Hagar, of course. On Spider-Man Separation Anxiety was Venom. That's a very good game.
And for me, it'd be Turtles.
Oh, yeah. Turtles, of course.
Donatello, of course. And Golden Axe.
Oh, yeah. And I play as the dwarf on Golden Axe, always.
Valkyrie, for me. She had more range.
Wasn't her name, like, Blaze or something?
I forget.
No, that's the chick from Streets of Rage, right?
Agamemnon, Fireman. I remember when Crystal Skull came out in 08. I dressed
It was 07, wasn't it?
I dressed up as Indy for Halloween. I was 10 at the time. I figure I should mention it in the order of carbon date you guys. Great memories. Godspeed. You were 10? Jesus. Random Ramblin' Researcher. What type of camera do you guys use? Oh, yeah, I read that. Read that.
Salve. May the Lord bless you, sister.
All right, there we go. They're Italian. You're not gonna get them to be quiet unless you tie their hands together.
Mike Manson, any word on the next Mythos or Rageaholic Cinema?
I'm not gonna reveal what they are, but yes, I'm working on them. Note.
Some Norwegian guy. The character and facial animations in this game belong in the museum.
Kind of.
BucketBot. Thank you for that 10 earlier.
Huh. Oh, hello. Oh, there we go. Is it in here? It is.
Copper Owl. You shall read the chats fully and do all requests for the antidote. The antidote to the poison you just drank. Now sing Anything Goes.
Is that a switch or something? Ah! I was like, why is there a glory hole here? What? All right.
What have you found, Indy?
Secret entrance.
In my library? Where do you think it leads?
Only one way to find out.
That's a cool detail.
What?
The wax melting. You see
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Oh, can you light that?
Yeah.
Nice.
That is the most impressed you've sounded all night.
Watch your step, Indy. I have been asking to have the library renovated for a very long time.
I'll be careful.
Yeah, don't be like Detroit and shut the library down for renovations and then never open it again.
I wonder who built this place and what it was for.
Whatever its purpose was, it's been abandoned for centuries.
Look at the size of the archway there behind you that you just came through.
Yeah.
He'd have to crouch down, but yeah, I think he could fit through that. Candyman, that is.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Scruffles. Oh, you don't have to do this, but do Dutch telling Tears.
Oh my God.
Tears and Rain to Arthur while doing an impression of Donald Trump with a lisp and a slight Mediterranean accent.
I'm gonna throw a chair at you.
Backwards.
A very large gaming chair. Like Rich from Review Tech USA's gaming chair. Like,
Jegs Dino God.
I'm gonna throw a park bench at you, actually, on second thought.
So even the Vatican isn't safe from the tunnel juice.
It never was.
Where are you going, Indy? There is a gate here. I wonder how we open it.
Jegs God went to my local gun store the other day, and they had a Schofield number 3 for $1,275. Welp, ain't the first gun I bought on layaway. Won't be the last.
Whoa! Okay. We are swimming. I thought that was a puddle. That was interesting.
Man with no name.
Let me get that gate open for you.
I'm from Guam. Hi.
Hey!
Do you think Harrison Ford could be a better James Bond instead of Indiana Jones?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, clearly.
I mean, James Bond's grandpa, but...
Ancient. Much older than anything here. Where is it from?
Honestly, I don't think he ever would have made much of a James Bond, to tell you the truth. He was always a little too rugged to be James Bond. James Bond's got to be a dapper gentleman. It's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of Daniel Craig. It's like, kind of comes off like a soccer hooligan.
His writing certainly is eccentric.
I must exercise this miasma of despair. Been there, buddy. No. Crawling in. Okay.
Big Mike, Indy was my hero as a kid. I hope this game is as good as I hear it is.
It's pretty good so far. You know what? I'll be right back. Why don't you tell us what you actually kill my cam and stuff first before I go? I just need to take a leak real quick. But Taryn, as I go, why don't you talk about what your impressions are of the game, like so far, really?
Okay. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Are we done?
Yeah, cool. I like what I see. I would have to say it does feel, from what I've seen, it does feel a little set piecey. Very, I would also have to say linear so far. Of course, it's a bit much to expect it to be like Deus Ex with like open world segments. I suppose exploring the college where he works and this little Vatican set piece where he was in the library, qualifies as open, but not really. Come on. But yeah, Slade, I would have to agree with that. It holds your hand a bit too much. I suppose when you make a game like this for a well-known franchise, it's a bit much to expect it to be too deep, because it has to appeal to everyone. So if it's too complicated, it turns off the casuals. Hello, Cicero. He literally shoved his head underneath my arm so I would pet him. Yeah, sure, good boy. Oh, scratch, scratch, scratch. There you go. Like getting scratched underneath the collar. So far, no complaints. Could be deeper. But what can I say? Are you done? Are you going to let me go now? You've had your rubs and your scratches. Yes. Good boy. Check Stano God, your Monlicker being cycled sounds amazing through your mic.
Does it?
Ever go pig hunting with it? It would do great.
Probably.
Also,
am I on screen?
You will be here in a second. Also, where did you get the Bergman ammo?
Had to buy it off an auction. It's not easy to come by. Is my mic on?
Your mic's on, yeah. I never muted you.
Okay. Yeah, that is the Stranger Things font. That just bugs me now. See that?
Maybe that's on purpose.
If you can bring me some photographic...
He sounds like... Is it Elliot from Just Shoot Me? That's who he sounds like, that actor.
These inscriptions, we can study them together in my office without raising suspicion.
Let's say I bring you some evidence. You got a camera I can use?
No, but speak to Ernesto, the old janitor in the Vatican post office. I hear he has some special deals from the lost and found section. Here is a very special key. It will give you access to places in the Vatican only priests are allowed. Do not lose it, Indy.
I'll keep it safe.
All right.
I have to organize
Keep
a
it
proper
secret.
burial for
Keep it
this
safe.
Right.
unfortunate soul.
Bilbo
Find me in my
Baggins.
office, Indy.
Generalissimo Liberty. Daniel Craig looks like Vladimir Putin as James Bond. Thy Raven Wings, and he reveals that the VGAs that interested you guys. Oh, yes.
Virtua Fighter 6 for sure. Onimusha looked kind of cool.
Onimusha. Of course, you know, we need a little bit more gameplay. They only
There was
sprinkled
some.
it in there.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
I forget which one it was that I played. I think it was 2. Razor, what did you think of Sabir's debut album?
Dude, they're a killer band and you should listen to them. They look like Wasp, but they don't sound like it. They sound like something else. They sound really good. They're just a good band.
Oh, the Team Ico game. I'd like to see more of that.
Got here.
Big Mike, Indy was my hero as a kid. I just read that one. Oh, no. Could you rank...
Trumpomania, make America great again!
Oh.
See, Hulk Hogan's coming back to WWE?
In what capacity?
They've already advertised it. I don't know what for. He's definitely not wrestling, but...
I'm sure it will. One way or another.
You like how they steered clear of him until after Trump won? You think they'd be calling him up if Trump had lost? I don't. Because then he'd be the evil racist who tried to foist Donald Trump on the entire country.
What a shame.
Jack Steiner God the actor was in Galaxy Quest as Mathasar?
I don't know, his voice just sounds so familiar.
I think, therefore, I drink, therefore I am.
Yeah!
Thank you for the 20.
For joining us, Critical Drinker.
I tripped over my wife's bra. It was a booby trap.
Ah!
FYI, booby trap spelled backwards is party boob.
What? Alright, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Booby traps. So what, like Blair White?
What was that thing called? Project Century, the 1915. Sort of like a Yakuza game.
Oh, and of course, Kingdom Come. Yeah, I did see that kind of Yakuza. It looks like they're just making a Yakuza game with a different protagonist, honestly.
And
That's
of
what
course,
it looked like to me.
It wasn't a debut at the VGAs. I've known for it for a few years now.
Uh-huh.
But Crimson Desert looks really good. Very polished. I believe that's going to be co-op. I don't think it's just single player. I think that's going to be a co-op RPG. Hopefully. Maybe someone can correct me on that. Let me read you this one so I can take a bathroom break. Big Mike asks...
Must be some connection to the cat mummy.
Can you rank...
Camera too.
Can I rank what?
Can you rank the only 3 Indiana Jones films?
Ooh. For me, I think Indiana Jones is all about the pulp and cereal vibe that the movies had. I think people who dig Last Crusade the most, or Raiders of the Lost Ark most, I think they're mostly just seeing them as 80s movies, cool, adventure movies, and that's fine. They are what they are. They stand on their own in that context. But the pulpiest one, the one that most feels like an action-y movie serial, is Temple of Doom. Hands down. It has a movie serial title. It's darker. It's got the cliffhanger kind of vibe to it. It's a great movie. I love that movie. So Temple of Doom is number 1. Number 2 for me might be Raiders of the Lost Ark, and people are going to hate me, but I say Last Crusade is my least favorite of the first 3.
Sì, circolare, padre.
Il Duce! Let's see how my Italian pronunciation is here. No. Unitevi alla battaglia per Mussolini per l'Italia. I think we just got flagged in Italy.
Wait a minute. Wasn't there an excavation led by some British?
So, I'm going to tell you guys a story now. I may have told this on a stream before. I apologize if I have. But it is germane to the topic of tonight's stream. So, I'm in high school. It's junior year. And for the first time in my life, I'm taking an art class. I draw. I have drawn my entire life. I've drawn comics, even got them published. Did some art. If you got Ghost of the Badlands, I did some art in that. I did the design on a lot of the characters, whatever. So, but believe it or not, the only art class I ever really took until I got to college anyways and did some life drawing was one art class junior year of high school. So they did the standard thing where we're supposed to make a sculpture of some kind. And so one of the suggested things was a bust. Now, I just hear bust of a historical figure. That's all I hear. And I'm thinking, okay, someone who's going to be easy to sculpt. And I'm doing a report on Mussolini at the time. So I'm like, Mussolini, he's a bald guy. He'd be super easy to do. You just do the collar, and he's got the little fascist emblems, and I'm pretty good at sculpture, actually, so it turned out pretty good. It looked like Mussolini. It really, really did. And I give it to the art teacher, who, by the way, is a lifetime Home Depot shopper, LPGA tour watching, shrieking lesbian. Just strip the paints off the wall. Such an obvious lesbian. I mean, she wore overalls, for God's sake. So anyway, she had the clipped hair. She had the Rachel Maddow haircut, the whole 9 yards. What I didn't know is that she was a Jewish woman of Italian extraction. And another thing I didn't know was the assignment wasn't make a bust of someone who is a historical figure. It was make a bust of a historical figure you admire. So I basically told this woman that I idolize Benito Mussolini. And you know what you have to do in high school is you have to hand in your assignment, and then it gets put in the kiln. And the kiln then cooks it and turns it into... And so when I hand it in to her, she's like, you can't do one of Mussolini. I'm like, why? She's like, well, he was involved in the Holocaust. I'm like, Mussolini wasn't involved in that. He was a puppet ruler by then. I was actually arguing with her. So she really thinks I admire him, right? But I had just done a biography on Mussolini, so I'm telling her all the details. I had read his manifesto. She exceeds. She's like, okay, I guess. So she cooks this thing. The entire class, their busts get cooked. Mine blows up in the kiln. It's the only sculpture that blows up when it's cooked in the kiln. This lady broke my sculpture. She broke my bust of Mussolini. The more you know. So there's your Mussolini bust story, folks. If Taryn's done going to the bathroom for 75 minutes at a stretch.
I was giving you time to finish your story.
Right.
Also, you know, sorry, I almost knocked over that bust of Mussolini.
Right.
Why do you have that in there?
No, it exploded in the kiln, didn't you know?
So you bought another one? That's weird.
You can't prove that. All right.
Nintendo Wii, following up on my question last week regarding media mergers and consolidations. What happens when it all comes crashing down?
Media mergers and what corporations?
And consolidations? I don't know.
What happens when it all comes crashing down? They get gobbled up by a bigger corporation.
China moves in, that's what.
An arrow points to the back. 3852? 3852, is that the combination? Oops. Come on, putting the combination 5 feet away. Granted, it makes more sense than most games where it's on the other side of the planet. I mean, if you're going to have a combination, it's going to be somewhere probably in the room where the safe is, but...
Eat my slamwich.
It was what again? It was 3852?
Indiana Jones and the Mountain of Movie Bob. Boss Tigger, if the bust you made survived, would you keep it?
Yes. Yes.
I know for a fact that he would keep it.
So hilarious, though. The assignment wasn't a historical figure. It was a historical figure that you admire. Whoops.
Jegs Dino God, so Razor, it's true? The Jew caused the explosion.
Where's the mysterious scribble? I'm not seeing it.
Steven.
I'm not seeing it. Where'd it go?
Indiana Jones and the Last Gasps of a Dying Franchise
Yeah.
was the original name, but apparently it was too wordy.
38. What was it again? I can't find the document in my inventory because the inventory's crap.
3852, I think.
3852? I want to try it.
Agamemnon Fireman. Who's your favorite former Trump critic or rival turned friend?
That's not it. Huh.
Maybe it's 5238.
Buongiorno, padre.
Could be. Hey! Camarabuccia! Alright.
Sounds fascinating.
Not enough adventure points. You must construct additional pylons.
Not enough Vespin gas.
Yes.
Go lie down. Sideburns, no Phoebe Waller-Bridge in this game.
I bet, fun fact, the bust I made was based on that picture. Right there.
Jegs Dino God, okay, one more.
Padre.
That Jew and oven number doesn't add up. What? Mad Moose in Texas. What with China is doing to Western entertainment and gaming, do you see them...
Cicero. No. See, we got a mouthy Italian over here.
Do you see them
Cicero,
falling
relax.
flat on their face?
Who? What? Who?
The Chinese gaming industry.
Could I see them falling flat on their face? Yes.
No, Cicero.
Nobody mismanages an industry more like a micromanaged industry, especially one micromanaged by the government. Tencent is an arm of the CCP. They're not a company that happens to be in China. There's no such thing as that. They have literal party officials embedded in their headquarters. They have an actual, like, the best thing you could call is a ministry. They have a ministry to the CCP in their headquarters, in every single headquarters for Tencent. All the satellite businesses and whatnot, they all have party officials there that have to report back regularly. And whenever you have that kind of arrangement, it's not going to last.
There he goes.
Capella Sistine.
He's chewing on his bone now.
Sistine Chapel. Really?
TV sank. Nancy Pelosi is so old that when God moved over face of the waters, he saw her in them.
You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear any. Oh, it was not him who saw me. It was somebody else. Okay, it's my own fault. I don't need 5 gold coins. I'm Indiana Jones, not Indiana Jonesowitz. Indiana Jones and Blatt.
Kylo Metal fan, what are your thoughts on Steel Panther?
I love Steel Panther, unironically. They're great.
He says they're his favorite modern band.
They're a great band. It's a shame they're kind of a satire and a parody because they're legit great. They have the same guitarist as Fight, Rob Halford's band Fight. He's legit.
Cesario, thank you for the 20. Neil Cuckman's effort after 4 years of development for his new game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, The Last Concordian, is essentially space lesbian who stole Cloud's sword in a space version of Akira.
What was that freaking laser sword thing? Did you see that? It looked like it didn't even look like a lightsaber. It had like an audiograph on the side. Like, what?
Can't wait for the 100-pound woman to take on giant robots.
Right. I'm sure. Rosie O'Donnell in Pacific Rim Job. I mean...
Kylo Metal fan, you're one of the best YouTubers I've seen.
Godspeed, thank you.
Obsidian Mug. Apparently VA is starting to do plastic bag fees in grocery stores. I hope voters here remember that local elections matter.
Padre. Okay, I have to go through here anyway. I'm just going off in areas I'm not supposed to. Turns out this is a fascist dictatorship or something. Turns out. Via di Belvedere. Forza! There we go. Oh, they were already advertising overrated Microsoft sequels.
Another way.
Siete informata per una suora?
Grazie. Adesso rispondi alla domanda.
Ci ha autorizzati Padre Ventura.
Rispetta my autoritaia.
L'unica autorità del Vaticano è il Papa.
Non più.
Odio questi fascisti.
Non potete transennare metà Vaticano. È la nostra città.
Yeah, there's a thing that a nun or any female would say out loud in front of a black shirt. I hate fascists. Can I get up? Ooh. Ooh, what's this? What's these? Oh, no, hold on. What's this? Is this a vent or a window? Oh, I can't get in. I would fall and break my neck.
101 Elric. Indiana Jones and the Strange Wooden Door. Hung Nguyen, China has good bots army though. I still have no doubt in my mind that
Kitty. You pet the cat?
Careful.
I wasn't gonna club the cat, Taryn.
That monkey game got huge support from them.
Crying out loud. Indiana Jones, not Korea Jones.
Armand, when you switched from God-fucking speed to Godspeed, was that a religious thing or a YouTube monetization thing?
It just, you know, I came back to my faith years ago, but I felt convicted to demonstrate it a little bit more. And it also was a challenge to myself to not have to swear because my material's supposed to be good enough that I don't need to. And I think my videos did improve after I did it. Not that they were bad before. It made me think harder about the actual structuring of my jokes because there was no crutch. Because sometimes you can do like a punctuative swear on something and it makes it just a tiny bit funnier. I'm not saying just dropping an F-bomb is inherently funny. It's not. But because you have to use it poetically or it doesn't work.
Grab the cat as a snack for short round.
What? You stop that. You stop that right now. Oh no, restricted area. But yeah, so it was kind of twofold. Plus, Godspeed was the original catchphrase from the very beginning. If you watch our earliest videos, it was Godspeed. At some point, the F word got mixed in the middle there, and I don't know, it just kept getting used. It's kind of like the sunglasses. I took them off after the first video, and everyone was like, where are they? So I put them back on, and everyone was like, why are you wearing sunglasses? So I took them off, and everyone was like, why are you wearing... Yeah, right, back and forth. Finally, I just kept them on. Ooh. Misalaikades.
This game's supposed to be fun, not a life and death struggle.
Nintendo Wii, with metal still being big in South America and Europe, what can we do to help make America metal again and save it from modern hipster rock?
Here's the problem. How are you going to make metal big when nothing else is big? Right? Yeah, metal's not big anymore. Neither is indie. Neither is punk. Neither is rock in general. Neither is rap or pop. Pop is so inappropriately named right now, it's not popular. It's like, oh my gosh, Taylor Swift sold 150,000 copies of her latest single. Holy crap. It's like, please. Michael Jackson laughs from his grave. Michael Jackson was like, he'd sell 70 million copies of a single and be like, huh, slow week. There's no such thing as pop music anymore. Taylor Swift isn't popular. Pop music isn't popular. It should be renamed. Just dance music or something. Like, it's... Pop is supposed to be short for popular, and there's no such thing as popular music anymore. We have fractured as a society. We no longer have a monoculture. So, metal... And I'll also say, metal shouldn't be cool. Metal is better. Rock is better when it's not cool. When a sizable portion of society is against it. All right. I think Alice Cooper has intimated something similar in interviews. Something like, rock is right where it needs to be. It's where all the rebels are. It's where all the people that are hated and mocked are. That's what it was from the beginning. That's what it should have always been. It was a huge aberration in the 80s and early 90s to have rock be popular. A huge aberration. It was because bands like Quiet Riot and Van Halen and stuff got really big. But that wasn't the way of things before that.
Yuri, thank you for the 20. An example of the left eating itself is the turning on Neil Druckmann. He could do no wrong when The Last of Us 2 released because criticizing the game was going against the message. But now they call him a Zionist for speaking on Israel.
Who?
Neil Druckmann.
Neil Druckmann. I wasn't aware he did. I don't really care to hear much of what Neil Druckmann has to say about anything. Most of all, games.
Cordell Mitchell, thank you for the 20. What dark sorcery do you practice that has kept you from getting a YouTube ban? God bless Razor.
I have been banned on YouTube. Yeah. After the 2020 election, a bunch of videos that had been perfectly fine the day before the election, talking about things like election fortification and ballot stuffing and warning of what was going to happen in the 2020. A bunch of those were suddenly retroactively misinformation and therefore actionable. So I almost lost the whole channel. We got like 2 warnings. If you get 3, you lose your channel. They wound up expiring, and or no, we got 2 strikes. If you get 3, you're gone. So they eventually expired. But yeah, we've had.
When we get done, we're gonna go eat fish off those naked chicks.
So it was a near thing. There's got to be another way around. Ooh, I like the looks of this. Can I squeeze through here? No. Indy hasn't been doing keto. Nope. Indy's still packing in the donuts and biscotti. Fair enough. The struggle is real. Can I...
Lampshade, excellent rant on the VGAs, Razor.
Godspeed. I recorded another rant yesterday, by the way. That'll be going up probably... That'll be going up either tomorrow or maybe Monday. Maybe Monday.
I honestly wouldn't have bothered acknowledging the Keeley show if it weren't for the new Ninja Gaiden trailer.
I didn't even see that. I watched the whole thing. It's crazy. Me and Taryn were talking about... While he was editing the rant, we were talking about like all the stuff that we had seen, and he was mentioning stuff that I forgot was even there. Like, dude, there were just times while I was watching that show, I've never had this happen before the Game Awards before, as bad as it is, where I just like glazed over and wasn't even paying attention, bro. Did you have a few moments like that? Because there was stuff I don't even remember was there.
Work in progress.
I kind of glazed over, like, when they started doing the anime shit.
Oh, man, yeah. Oh, here we go.
Gunning-Druger. Indiana Jones and the colonoscopy appointment. Demaster. Tell us more about Lincoln's private letters.
Yeah, after Lincoln was assassinated... Mary Todd Lincoln had his private correspondence destroyed. So a lot of the stuff that still exists was either sanitized or it was reproduced by people who had been in correspondence with him. So one of the great lingering questions, for example, is, did Lincoln heavily correspond with Karl Marx? We know that Karl Marx drafted a fawning letter to Abraham Lincoln about the death of slavery and whatever, and then of course in private he was corresponding with Ingalls saying the whole reason that he supported Lincoln was if slavery dies, America dies, and therefore capitalism dies, right? So he's like complimenting Abraham Lincoln for destroying capitalism, he thinks. Yeah, it looks like this is the only way. So we'll never really know if Lincoln himself corresponded with Karl Marx because we don't have that correspondence. We do know Karl Marx reached out to him. We do know that the American ambassador to England? Germany? Replied to Karl Marx, said, "We've received your letter," and confirmed that Lincoln himself had read it and received it, and I think I'm paraphrasing here, in the spirit in which it was intended. Right? So, kind of a weird, ambiguous reply. So, there's been a lot of speculation about why Mary Todd Lincoln destroyed Abraham Lincoln's letters, if there was something incriminating, if he had admitted, because there's a number of correspondence that still survives. His letters to Gustavus Fox, for example, who was one of the captains of the ship that reprovisioned Fort Sumter. And he said in those letters, "I believed that making to reprovision the fort would advance the cause of the Union, and I am happy to see that suspicion justified by the result." Basically admitting, I reprovisioned the fort so the South would fire on our ships so I could start the Civil War. Essentially, it's what that is. So how much more correspondence was there where he was that blatant with admitting that he basically started the Civil War on purpose? We'll never know, because Mary Todd Lincoln had most of his letters destroyed.
Super Bear. As the black shirts beat me with their billy clubs, I'm reminded them that they were just enforcing liberalism. Instead of being floored by my brilliance, they just beat me harder.
Hey!
Humble Dirt Merchant just tuned in. What do you rate the game on a scale of Dial of Destiny and Last Crusade?
Oh, it's definitely closer to Last Crusade than Dial of Destiny. It's pretty good for a modern game. You know, it's got a little, it's got a dash of Deus Ex, a little bit of BioShock in it without the powers. I like the environmental exploration. I wish the game opened up a little more, because like Taryn said earlier, it's a bit on the linear side. If these guys see me, are they gonna... This is a problem, because they're blocking where I'm pretty sure I need to get to.
Are they fucking staring at each other longingly?
Never mind.
And they don't hear that.
Yeah, is that Minister climbing the banister?
Armand, are your misinformation videos still available anywhere?
They are on Bitchute. The one is called Mail-in Ballots Are BS, and a few of them have been uploaded to Rumble, but not all of them. They're also on Odysee. Mail-in Ballots Are BS. The 2022 midterm video, a lot of that stuff. I got warnings after the 2022 midterms. It's just crazy, dude. I had to delete a ton. Basically, all the political videos I did in the run-up to the 2022 midterms had to be deleted. Pretty much all the videos I did in the run-up to the 2020 election had to be deleted. It's brutal. Okay, this is back where I was.
32 flavors of Nick Weiser.
Yo!
Agreed on metal not needing to be cool. There are enough tourist attractions.
Yeah.
Once you don't go in style, you never worry about going out of style.
Exactly. It's like what I said in my Alice Cooper metal mythos. The secret to never looking old is never looking young. Heavy metal isn't old, it isn't crotchety. You know, people will say that, oh, it's old boomer music. Man, they were saying that in the 80s. Because the first wave of heavy metal had come around in the late 60s, early 70s by that point. It was already considered crusty and old hat. By the early 80s, that was, oh, it's an old person's genre. This is nothing new. This is nothing new at all. Plus, I mean, it's kind of tough to call it an old boomer genre when most of the albums that I like were from before I was born. You know what I mean? Most of the music I like, I wasn't even alive to experience. It's just better music than what was released after.
Creeper Weirdo, do you think that heavy metal is inherently right-wing or just more open to rightist ideas and artists than other genres?
Yeah, probably because it is so much about... It is definitely not about subservience to an authoritarian state, that's for sure. I wouldn't say it's like libertarian, but it is definitely self-determinist and individualistic. And these are concepts which are anathema to the collectivist left.
Why is punk still around?
Why is punk still around? Because it's, I don't know, some punk is really good. Huh.
Mercenary X, side-scrollers mentioned the forgetting part.
What forgetting part? Oh, forgetting the stuff that was shown. It wants me to travel to a new area. I guess I'll try that.
Nguyen, people should
Am I going the right way?
Nope.
I am not going the right way.
People should have...
That's cool, dude. You can access... It's kind of open. You can move from kind of area to area.
People should have stopped paying attention to the VGA the moment it began, giving Madden the Game of the Year award.
Oh, no kidding. Gosh, remember that? The first Spike Game Awards? Maybe there's a way I can, like, whip up, or... They do say when a problem comes along...
You should whip it out?
Yes. No, I'm not Pee Wee Herman. Ha ha!
Obsidian mug.
I gotta get behind here. How do I do it? Okay, there's a little scaffolding over here, but how did...
How many politicians do you follow in your state?
Quite a few. Quite a few.
Buongiorno, padre.
Bonjour.
God's grace, ma'am.
God's grace, ma'am.
Tyler W., hopefully Indy doesn't run into any co-eds who are constantly hitting on him. Don't Me Too yourself again like you did with Marion, Dr. Jones.
Oh, it's just a worker. He's fine. I thought those were fascists. Ooh, what is this little area here? It's freaking Phantom of the Opera stuff right here.
Generalissimo Liberty. Shout out to Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
Hey! Dude, that was the best Game Awards moment in ever.
I thought Christmas only comes once a year.
Shout out to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
Bistro was wondering if either of you have played Star Trek Bridge Crew, and if so, what are your thoughts on the game? No, I haven't. It was that Ubisoft one, right?
That was the VR game, right?
It's not exclusively VR, but you can play it in VR.
Huh. Whoa.
That's fascist.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I let go?
Same button? Yeah.
Sorry. Didn't mean to make it a noise. Make it a noise. Cabadable.
Hold on. Gotta make sure everything's alright.
No, everything's fine. It just... There we go. Yeah.
Nice.
Grab that for me. Cabadabucha. Is he gone? Mr. Fascist? Mr. Fascist! Ah, there we go. Can I seriously not climb up here? Ah, there we go. It was just glitching. I was wondering. Clearly, you're supposed to swing across. Is... What? Oh, there's a gate.
Everything looks okay.
Sewers key! Dang it.
Drew Jumpman Gillette, thoughts on Juan Soto signing with the Mets. Yankee fans are on the verge of shouting betrayal.
Oh, man, yeah, I saw that. I mean, you had to know when they fall short like that. I mean, I guess it turns out that the team that spends the most money wins. If you can believe it, the Dodgers spend a lot more money than the Yankees now. A lot. It's so weird, too, because Dodgers fans are dedicated, but they're not Yankees fan dedicated. You know what I mean? Where do they get that money? Like, what's the laundering operation they have over there in LA? They've got a lot of fans, don't get me wrong. Their games are well attended, but it's weird. What's up?
Nothing. Just trying to find my place. Sparta, thank you for that 5.
That was a very existential statement, Tara.
Jegs Dino God, a Nazi fan.
Nope.
A Nazi fave animal themed superhero, Cyclone B.
There we go. Sounds like a Nazi Mega Man X boss. Yeah.
Nintendo Wii, your daily reminder that if you lived in a red state, be vigilant to vote out all rhinos at all levels. Otherwise, your red state will turn purple.
Okay, let's get up.
Hung Nguyen, there's a bunch of tapes between Lucas and Spielberg discussing the creation of Raider. Interesting stuff. There's a transcript of that too.
Ooh! I wish I had a heavy machine gun. Okay, is there another? There is! Ah, that's what I was missing. Okay, Padre. Yeah, I went down here when I should have gone over here. Yeah, that was my fault. I should have gone across that wire there. My fault. I have it stupid. I have a hairy chest and an open shirt.
Jake Downey, being a francophile, have you heard of Eugene Bullard?
Wow, those fist sounds. I haven't.
He was an American who left for France, and his life is so unbelievable you couldn't make a movie.
Yeah? There were just, dude, people back then were just built different. Look up. We talked about Doc Savage earlier, who was clearly one of the inspirations for Indiana Jones. Dude, look up Lester Dent, his creator. Look up his life.
Like, too late. And you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people in a body bag.
Lester Dent was Doc Savage. It was like that. Those books were like semi-autobiographical. He was a frickin' pilot. He was a member of adventurer societies. He was frickin' crazy man. Like, people back then, there just must have been more hours in the day, honestly. Walter Gibson, freaking world-famous illusionist biographer for Harry Houdini, had time to write 300 shadow novels and write a newspaper and write radio dramas. He set the world record.
Fuck him.
Walter Gibson wrote the world record for the most words written about a single fictional character. Like, freaking, and I'm pretty sure that record, if it doesn't stand today, it's not far from the top. There must have been something in the water. And it wasn't fluoride, folks. Whoa.
I'm just going to call you Al. Al says... With
Al Borland?
With Nosferatu coming out, do you think a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines stream is in order?
Ooh. That would be cool. Who knows? Maybe the movie will do really well and kick off a vampire furor, and we'll get a better bunch of vampire games.
Let Trumpomania make America great again!
Oh, okay.
BJ Chester, thoughts on the New Jersey drones?
Yeah, what? I'm baffled. It is clearly something they are using. They're following aviation regulations, is the weird thing about this. They are displaying the color of lights and the number of lights that they are required to by law. That to me says military. The weird thing, of course, is nobody in the media, especially in New Jersey, has any answers or is even reporting it that much. And yet you can be in New Jersey right now and spot 5 drones on your way to work. And it's like, is no one going to do anything about this? And apparently the police chief is instructing people not to shoot them down. To New Jersey's eternal shame, not one person in New Jersey has had the swinging dick to just fire a shot and take one down. Ridiculous. This is like, to me, this is like a social experiment now.
Top search on Google right now.
What's up?
I just typed in New Jersey. The next one down is New Jersey drones.
Yeah, dude, it's been going on for 22 days. And no one's got any answers.
NBC News. Here's what you shouldn't do about those unidentified drones.
Exactly.
Oh, there it is. The Vatican Post Office.
It's a social experiment at this point. Man, it's 2024. How many people are talking big and bad and beating their chests about how I will never obey the mandates again? I will never accept lockdowns again. I'm going to speak up. I'm going to be the person who breaks with the herd. I'm going to be the person who says and does the right thing when it's not the popular thing to do. Oh no, a drone, better obey the government. You bitches. You bitches. New Jersey, they love to freaking wear their wife beater shirts and beat their chests about how manly they are, and then they cower indoors from a drone and don't take a shot at it. Like, what? If this were over Arizona, it would already be down. As bad as this state has gotten, it would have been shot a long time ago. I get that New Jersey literally has no gun rights. I get that. But people still have guns.
Antonio was right. That sounds good.
Someone needs to shoot it just so they can find out what the heck it is.
Really?
The government response tells me they already know what it is. The government does.
So the easiest thing to do would be, if one crashes, just camp it out and see who comes pick it up.
Exactly. The government already knows what this is. And the Biden, of course, the other wrinkle is the Biden White House came out early on and said, this isn't happening. These are false reports. And they haven't really said much of anything since. They literally just denied it was happening. Who are you going to believe? Joe Biden or your lying eyes? It could be a lot of things, though. I'm not sure what it is. I am certain that the government already knows what it is because of their response. Because of their don't shoot it down, don't do any... They know. They know. Also because of the context clues. Because they are displaying lights that are required per aviation law. Antonio! Okay. The Mad Priest Crescenzo.
Kylo Metal fan, you cover politics better than anyone on YouTube.
Hey, thank you.
Boss Tigger. RFK. No more chems in the water.
Let me see here.
Leftists. No more chems in the water.
Right? Imagine hating Trump so much that you're like, no, I want to swallow lots of chemicals that I don't get to pick out or know what they are. What?
21st Century Examined Life. Thank you for the 50.
Yo, Godspeed.
I've run from God since I was a teenager, hiding behind intellect and pride. Through a series of events, I am broken. This night, driving on highway, surrendered all to Jesus Christ, immediately felt peace.
Godspeed. That's a beautiful thing to hear. That's wonderful. I had a similar experience. I'll have to tell that story sometime, maybe in a video or Maybe at an event or something. That's the biggest thing, is the amount of peace that you're able to feel. It's hard to explain. You know, I think it's why a lot of people don't realize the biggest Christian outreach program, I think, in the entire world is 12-step. It's Alcoholics Anonymous, right? Alcoholics Anonymous, Sex Addicts Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous. It all incorporates the Bible.
Do people really pay money to see this stuff?
Yes.
Kevin Spears is
And
that.
actually, they don't. It's free. Okay, this is my objective. I'm going to talk to this guy. But I think that's a big reason why, is because of the peace that it confers.
Is that Keanu Reeves' Armored Core trailer real?
Era più di mezz'ora che discutevano.
Some people just...
Ah, the Vulture! My favorite Spider-Man villain.
An American. Yes, the fascists are... what is the word? I should not say.
Socialists.
You have lost something, yes? Perhaps it is here in my collection?
Yeah, I need a camera. Antonio tells me you have some... special deals.
Antonio sent you?
He's a friend.
Antonio is a lousy bum who cheats at cards. Goodbye.
Now just hang on.
He's a black market dealer. African-American market dealer.
I only have one camera, and it is very, very special.
Very speciale.
Quite small. Maybe this big. And you can take photos in color. Oh, so beautiful.
Huh?
You would need... well, it's very...
Photos in color in the 30s? What?
Look, I need to take some pictures, and there's no other camera in this place. So what do you say?
Well...
Do you have any idea how expensive that would be in the 30s? They did have color cameras then, but geez.
Price you pay. I assure you, it is more than fair.
379 lira? Oof.
It's really that good, huh?
Well, I've got it. Let's do it.
The camera is yours. And tell Antonio that I still think he is allowed.
Imagine telling Indiana Jones at this time, hey, did you know that your grandchildren are going to take hundreds and hundreds of color photos in higher resolution than this camera could ever manage on their telephones? Like, what? How would you even explain this to an old person?
Tamir, thank you for the 20. There was just a video of someone shooting at it with probably an AR-15.
Good man.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's military. I'm Army, and I'm working with contractors. Last year, they're working on AI suicide drones. Search up a Project Replicator.
I don't necessarily think it's our military. I think it's just as likely it could be China doing more, because I know that there are some key things in that area of New Jersey, in like the port areas, and like in terms of government assets, weapons research. There was something to do with warheads in that area. I'm trying to remember what it was. I've done a little bit of research into this. I haven't made a video on it, obviously. I should. Actually, really what we should do is have a RazörFist or RazörForce Offensive podcast all about this, because I'm sure Tactical Hobo would love to discuss this. But yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. But it is military. It is some kind of military. It's either us, China, could even be Russia. Compendium of adventure books found in the Vatican.
I'm good for
What does this get me? Okay, this is definitely worth some money.
Why don't you try your new
I was just skimming through an article about these things.
Uh-huh. Had you heard anything about this?
No, only what, the rumors.
Right. It's been all over social media, obviously.
Apparently 6 to 7 hour battery life, which is crazy.
So they're launching from somewhere nearby. Which means if this is a foreign government, they have agents there, and a lot of them. If it's our military, obviously, that's a totally different thing. But then why would you be flying over neighborhoods and stuff? Okay, I will unlock this. Okay. Oh. Inspect. After being knocked out, he can pick up his fedora using X. It's basically an extra life, it sounds like. And then brawling.
Why don't you try your new camera?
That's good. Just increased damage. And I don't have enough now. But
continuing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why don't you try your new camera?
Kylo Metal Fan, I first discovered your channel with the Wasp mythos.
Yep.
But I've grown to love all the content you post.
Thank you.
Piaciere. It was a nice doing business with you.
Commander Wolf. Godspeed. A Legacy of Kain remaster is out. T-Man is in office. We eatin' good. Is there any movie franchise, animated or LA, that you would like to see get their
Or
own
live
video game?
action.
Or live action.
That I would like to see what?
Get their own game.
Their own game. We've done Let's Pitch streams of some of these.
Yeah.
The Shadow, Solomon Kane. I think Solomon Kane, there are some video game rights already owned by the same guys who did Conan Exiles. And Scuttlebutt was, they were in the early stages of working on it. I even got some inside information from people who know some of the people who own Conan and Solomon Kane. And they confirmed they were in the early stages of working on a Solomon Kane game of some kind. Fingers crossed. Greedfall was great, and it was basically Solomon Kane. So, I'd love that. Elric would be awesome. All right. Ooh. Oh, there we go.
HT Arcade, The Daily Wire, firing Candace Owens and Brett Cooper, even though they both draw more views and subs than anyone else, is just such bad business sense.
I'm not sure Brett Cooper was fired. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's at least as likely she just moved on because there were better opportunities somewhere else.
Steve Crotty.
There's some drama and whatever. There are people posting rumors, and I saw Milo posting some rumors about she was forced out. They wanted her producer to take over. Could be true. I know what he wrote about, it turned out. I mean, it's been proven now. The stuff that Milo Yiannopoulos wrote about Trump hating Carrie Lake were not just distortions of fact, they were blatant lies that he never admitted were lies. So take that with a grain of BS.
Steve Crotty, nice to know he's aiding and abetting the enemy with that pardon.
Chi se ne importa? Se a uno dei camion delle camicie nere si fora una gomma, non lavoreremo mai più in questa città.
This is a rockin' little pimp cane here.
Ci penso io. Abbaia ma non monte, ti preoccupi troppo. E buon pomeriggio.
All right.
Blessed day, sir.
Austin, rejoice, my gents. My pulp western was accepted at...
What the heck? Whoa! I love your helmet, but... Ah! Why did he freaking... I think he just saw through my disguise. I got too close. This is my fault.
My pulp western was accepted at Go West magazine.
Sweet!
Hail the Iron Age.
Godspeed!
Jake Downey, quote of the day, send us what or coffins? What? Consulate of Athens to Rome. Just a reminder that socialism of any stripe is robbery of another sect.
Indeed.
Dangerous tour, Michael.
There's this comic. Is it Stone Toss or someone else? I can't remember. Where it's, where it essentially lays out that the plan is that we take money from people and we give it to the government, and the plan is to give it back to the workers, and then they actually do it, right? In the bottom pane, it's they've taken the money, they whatever, and then the labor guy goes, okay, now give it back to the workers, and they go, that's the best part. We don't, right? Once the government takes the money, they don't give it back. But the truth is that's a distortion, and actually, in a way, is playing into the arguments of Marxists. It plays into their false ideological frame. It was always their intent for the government to take people's resources and not give it back, because by their definition, the public is the government, because private is the individual. It's me. So private, for me to own my own money, is private ownership of that money. But public is publius. It means the masses. It means the government. It means the overlords who oversee it's the collective. So by their definition, North Korea is the People's Republic of North Korea, because the public is the government and the government owns everybody's property. So it's not actually a contradiction. And we need to stop playing into that. We need to expose Marxism for what it actually is, which is they always intended for the government to take that money and not give it back, because it's all about public ownership of goods, of money, of material and property. It's not so much pro-public ownership as it is anti-private ownership. And this is what happens when you base your entire ideology on envy. Where are we going? What's over here? Well, hello. Yeah, somebody's over. Oh, there's a number of places I can... Okay. Photograph inscriptions. Let's...
Sideburns. Have you heard of the Antarctic Press? They've been in business for 40 years.
Yeah, there was some drama with them and... your boy Zach... that led to that whole lawsuit with Mark Wade and whatever. And Zach wound up, I guess, settling, or I forget. But yeah, Antarctic Press were involved in that. I don't really think much of their comics, nor do I think much of your boy Zach's comics, or his taste on comics, or his terrible YouTube channel. I don't think much about anybody involved in that story. It was a heel program. Mark Wade is an idiot. Your boy Zach is an envious prick. And, there are people who have written and drawn one comic in their entire lives who have done a better job than your boy Zach has in multiple attempts.
Alright.
There's got
Philo Metal fan, I'm trying to get into Iced Earth. What albums do you recommend?
Oh, man. Something Wicked This Way Comes, Dark Saga, The Glorious Burden. Horror show's good if you want a cool kind of themed cover thing. Oh. And after that, it gets a little hairier. I'm not a big fan of what... Some of the music in the Stu Block era is okay, but Stu Block is basically an impressionist. I do not care for Stu Block's voice, because he's basically just a Matt Barlow sound-alike. I like Matt Barlow. I like Ripper Owens. But I don't like Stu Block. And then that was true before he stabbed John Schaefer in the back. Like, it really isn't a political thing or a personal thing. It's just, I never liked his voice. He's just an inferior Matt Barlow and an inferior Ripper Owens. He kind of tries to imitate them both, but he doesn't have as much talent as either of them do. Well, how do I get up there to that inscription?
Agamemnon Fireman, to your point about making IJ movie, better Indiana Jones movies, if we had a better current animation scene circa 90s, early 2000s, I'd love to see an adventure cartoon.
That would be cool. Indiana Jones would have been a great cartoon. All right, there we go. Huh. How do I get over there?
Mr. Reese,
Maybe-
Indiana Jones and the excuse to hire Troy Baker.
That's true. The video game industry doesn't need much of an excuse.
You talked over it. That was perfect.
What?
She talked to you and Trump said, "Shut up, silly woman."
I'm sorry, I was answering the super chat.
JD, thank you for the 20. Have any recommendations for a holster for a Ruger Blackhawk? I know it's not the ideal self-defense weapon, but right now, it's the only gun I own.
Yeah, it's what I started out with. Dude, you're not... There's no shame in that. You wield what you can. Train with it. And it's fine. There's even some videos on YouTube I highly recommend from Ruger. Actually, from Paul Harrell as well. Paul Harrell and Ruger both put out a series of videos, in fact, on self-defense with a single-action revolver, because in some cities, states, the gun laws are such, that's all you can have. And that's okay. You know, Wild Bill Hickok killed a lot of people with a single-action revolver. It worked for Wyatt Earp. It worked for, they'll get people dead, okay? As for holster, I can't recommend enough that you go with a company called the A.E. Nelson Leather Company. On their website, they have all kinds of different holsters. They have shoulder holsters in like a Dirty Harry style. They have a lot of different stuff, and I actually own two of them. I have one that's in like a brown leather and one that's in a black leather. And I don't know if you want to see them, I could go grab them or something, but they're very comfortable, and they'll fit under like a vest or a jacket or anything. When you're not wearing either of those garments, that's very, very obvious, so you would want to be mindful of that. Fortunately, the way that I dress, there's never an excuse there's always an excuse to have either a vest of some kind or a jacket. And I have jackets that breathe a little more too, like even leather jackets that are made out of like lambskin, where they're more porous, so on a nice windy day, even on an 80-degree day or something like that, I'm not sweating bullets or anything, so I can still wear a leather jacket and be fine. It's no big deal. But yeah, just think about how you dress. Think about what your job is. If you sit down a lot, you might consider a shoulder holster. Otherwise, you might consider something at more belt level. And of course, your local laws with regard to open and concealed carry. This is driving me nuts. How do I get over there? It seems like I could climb up on that roof somehow, but I don't know how. I'm missing something.
Jegs Dino God.
Up there again.
Troy's tone isn't too bad, but his inflection is bad. The Grizzly, what do you think Trump's biggest success will be in his second administration? I really hope he manages to secure the border and cools global tensions.
This isn't it. I hope he cools down the Russia-Ukraine thing. If he does that, that'll be huge. That'll be massive. If he winds up being the president to finally cool off the Middle East, he won't just go down as one of the greatest presidents of all time. He'll go down as one of the greatest men of all time. He's a good enough negotiator. He could. Oops, wrong one. What about, can I jump up here? seems like I should be able to get up there, but maybe over here?
The pipe.
The pipe?
Oh, or not?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, this is driving me nuts. I gotta get on this little roof here.
Ung Nguyen, Indiana Jones in the search for a baritone.
What?
Can you scoot right?
Can I? Huh? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can I go up? Can I go up? No, you bastardo.
Is there anything similar on the other side?
Yeah, I'm... No. Ooh. No. This drive me nuts. Oh, there's a little thing over here. This is probably the whole reason. Ah, climbing.
Sounds fascinating.
Yeah, you sound fascinated, Dr. Jones.
MC Corleone. Yarnbrook approves of the Doge project, but he thinks it means little if Vivek and Musk cannot cut Social Security, Medicare, or defense spending.
Yeah. Although there's more obvious stuff you could cut to begin with and take a huge chunk out of it. Let's try this. Maybe there's another avenue, a more circuitous route. But I agree. Nah, this is... I think I was over here, in fact.
Greatness Incarnate, thank you for that 5 earlier. We already talked about the drones.
Yeah.
From Grega with love.
Think I found a way. I think life, found a way. No! Climb up! No! Don't fall down! God. Nancy Pelosi's inner monologue.
Thoughts on the anti-war libertarians Scott Horton and Dave Smith? Do you agree with their view that conflicts like Ukraine are all the U.S.'s fault?
No. I mean, they're the fault of a variety of factors. There are definitely domestic factors in Ukraine that lead... I mean, there's... Vladimir Putin wants to reincorporate Ukraine and has wanted that for a long time. There is that. I don't think you can just hand-wave that away.
You gonna do something or just stand there and bleed?
Okay, maybe I can jump across here. If I do, I'm Spider-Man. Do-do-do-do-do, Spider-Man.
Requesting, eat my slamwich. Indiana Jones and the Last Shekel.
Oh, kitty. Aww.
Big picture. It's Spook Kitty.
There she is. There she is.
He did the chittering.
Okay, now where's this inscription? It's down there. So if I don't mind breaking my neck real quick. Ah, I see. There's some scaffolding. I'll get down there.
Matthew.
This is a surprising amount of platforming so far.
Matthew Harter.
Yeah.
Razor, I'm a genius. We post on 4chan to encourage kids to fly kites into the drones. Problem solved. Feds can't really prosecute a kid.
Good! Now if the kid gets killed because it winds up pulling them away to their death or something, I disavow.
Deetsy. The Duke lacrosse accuser also admitted this week she lied.
Yeah.
They are clearing ledgers.
Well, that's a case that reminds me a lot of Norma McCorvey. You know, Roe in Roe v. Wade, where she came to the Lord and had to clear the ledger and admit her fault, which, by the way, is a part of recovery. It's a part of Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, all that stuff. And I think that's probably what that's about. Where's the... I'm not seeing any plaque. Photograph inscriptions. Inscriptions on what?
Buonasera, padre.
The Lord be with you, Father.
Inscriptions. Where's an inscription? What's it look like?
Read that.
Figured it would be like a plaque or something.
Space Cyborg Dragon. Hey, Razor. I just wanted to wish you and TG a Merry Christmas and Godspeed.
Merry Christmas.
American Dadass. What's your opinion on the show Longmire? I just binge watched the series and I think it's extremely underrated.
Yeah,
have a good night, fellas.
I'd heard it was kind of a... That it? No. I had heard it was good. Oh, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. That is it.
Good angle.
What? Really? Ah, there we go.
That's one inscription.
I had heard that show was good. Never watched it. And then I canceled my Netflix because... Have you seen Netflix in the last 10 years? And so there was no way for me to watch it after that. But I heard it was very good. Kind of like a Yellowstone with more balls.
Kylo Middle fan. That the Mythos episodes for Queen and Michael Jackson opened me up to a lot of songs I hadn't heard. Could you do a music mythos for Elton John?
I don't care for Elton John, really. You're kidding me! We're going to pretend that didn't happen.
Okay, Boomer.
We're going to pretend this gate couldn't have been walked into and opened at any time. This didn't happen, okay? I'm taking the Men in Black pen. That didn't happen. That's a mulligan, all right? Everybody gets 1,000.
Wait, so were you not supposed to jump off the roof onto the other roof?
Shut up!
Careful where you step, dog.
It was performance art, Taryn. It was parkour.
Uh-huh.
It's a discipline. A serious discipline.
Hey, somebody in the chat makes a good point. You found the cat, though.
That's true. What? What's going on? Why? Why am I being attacked? What did I do? What am I, a communist priest? What's that nonsense? It's just a fountain. Let me guess, they're still using Carcanos. Yep. Yep.
The captain.
Hey, you want to run those over to Dallas real quick? Spare America several years of idolizing a meth-addicted, serial philandering, overrated president? No?
Gotta get a better view.
Really?
Maybe not that close. Yeah, that one right there.
I need a better angle.
Are you kidding me?
Mercenary X, they found a cache of unreleased Jackson songs.
They claim. Guys, you got to keep in mind, we were just talking about this a couple weeks ago. in 2010, when they released the Michael album, they released that with 3 songs that it later turned out were not sung by Michael Jackson. A Michael Jackson impersonator, Jason Malachi, recorded those songs. And they were something called the Casio tracks. And there were a bunch of them, actually. It was way more than 3. They just only used 3 for the album. And they wound up having to hand out refunds. They took them to court. Sony basically admitted they had no way to prove that they were really Michael Jackson songs. And so I'll believe it when I see it. Why would Michael Jackson? The story is he just left these tracks in storage. Number one, Michael Jackson didn't record vocals till he was pretty far along into a song. Especially toward the end of his life, he'd work on a song and work on a song and work on a song and not record vocals for it. Which might be why the Casio tracks had to have a fake vocalist, by the way. They may have been songs that Michael intended to record with the Casios, but just never did, because they were still working on the tunes. It could be. But yeah, I'm not so sure I believe that. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, over there. Oh, way up there. How do I get up there, I wonder?
Normal man. For the two of you, if you had a Men in Black memory erasing pen,
what does turn you on?
How would you use it to change the world for the better?
Oh, gosh. Angles. Forget Mark sent you that manuscript. I'm going to have him take a long walk over off a short pier. Click. Like, there we are.
I really don't have an answer for that. Valent Star, been watching Aristocratic Utensil. I enjoy his witty banter, but he says Constitution has protected and prevented Zip. Says we need a monarchy empire. An alternate and correct view would be nice to share.
Yeah, here's the alternate and correct view. You're in England, correct? How'd that work out for you? How's the UK's level of liberty stacking up against America's at present? Didn't protect anything? Why don't you walk down a street corner without being filmed from 71 different angles and tell me how much your monarchy protected your privacy or any other kind of liberty you might have aspired to but never actually achieved? No. Ah, there we go. Oh, no.
Booty says, you in the wrong neighborhood, white boy.
Oh, no.
Remember, whipping him in the face is a legitimate form of combat.
What? Why was that the first place you went to, Taryn?
Matthew Hammond. Will Razor change his view on Elton John? Elton John calls marijuana legalization throughout North America one of the greatest mistakes of all time.
It is a big mistake, and he's correct. When I just don't like Elton John's music. What? I don't care about Elton John as a dude. Apparently, he's kind of homies with Donald Trump a little bit, actually. He's not conservative or anything, but... You know, and let's be real. Some of the controversial things Freddie Mercury said in his life, I don't think Freddie Mercury would be a very woke gay guy in 2024. I remember he was giving an interview with someone in Brazil, I want to say. He was in, like, Sao Paulo. And they were asking him, he was promoting the album The Works, and so one of the singles for that was I Want to Break Free, right? And it has them in drag, which was a parody. It wasn't because he's a fruit. It's because they were doing a parody of a popular soap opera, I think it was, in the UK. Coronation Street, I think is what it was. And it wasn't Freddie Mercury's idea. So that the journalist, contrary to the idea that Freddie Mercury was massively in the closet, this lady goes, you do a music video for I Want to Break Free. Was this idea yours because you are a gay? or was it? No, she actually says, was this a statement about gay issues? That's what she was saying. It was kind of like almost a woke question. And Freddie Mercury is sitting there smoking. He's got his aviators on. He's like, he gives the silliest look, and he's like, no, it was Roger's idea. It wasn't even mine. He basically just admitted he was gay on freaking TV. He wasn't very amenable to the kind of, he didn't like being seen as a gay icon, not least of which because he was technically bisexual, but he just didn't, that wasn't him. Damn. That wasn't him.
Need to get away.
Cicero, no. Mercenary X utensil is South African. Don't know current locale.
Yeah, I know. Well, that stands... Gosh, that goes double for South Africa, for crying out loud.
MC Corleone.
I mean, has a country had a more immediate successive series of authoritarian governments embracing one fringe authoritarian idea or another than South Africa? Like, it's almost like a South American country in the middle of Africa. All this, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, are we going to be communist or almost fascist this week? I don't know. Huh.
MC Corleone, are pagan gods primitive superstitions or demons?
I don't know. In the sense that demons are thralls of this world, kind of. Because they're fundamentally carnal, and thus they evoke the demonic energy of that any worship of the carnal invokes.
Law. So I got this free with my 4080 Super purchase the other day, and haven't bothered downloading it yet. Is this any good, or is it fake and gay?
It is pretty good so far. A little dull in places, and a little scripted in places. Which I guess you just have to expect with a modern game. What is this? What are you doing? What? Don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna piss off that fascist. Don't do that. I need... Oh, there's the inscription. I was trying to find it, and it wouldn't appear on my... Okay, now it has disappeared. Having a Bethesda moment here. Oh, I have to get on the other side of this. Okay, guess I'm just gonna push this open right in front of a fascist dude. Okay, don't mind me. Little help here? That fascist looks like John Noble. Bored sigh. Yeah, you and me both.
Oh, he didn't even thank you for opening that door for him.
Nope. Where is it? Ah, it's over here. It keeps disappearing. It appears when I open my map, but sometimes it doesn't. All right. I see. There's a logic to it. Captains can see through your disguise. It's kind of like Sniper Elite.
Brandon, dig anything from Ashton Clark Smith or Allison V. Harding or the like?
Never read them. Never read them. I did get a banger that I've been rereading. Let me grab it real quick.
Let me turn you off.
I'll be right
Money Waffles, would you guys be interested in doing the stream of a new Soul Reaver remaster? Yeah, we were going to do that over this, but democracy was a mistake.
Yeah. All right. Am I back?
Yep.
Little Chesterton. Little Man Who Was Thursday. Right there. Deus Ex fans will appreciate that. People forget the kind of writer G.K. Chesterton was. He wasn't just a quote machine or an inventor of really bad political systems. He was a really good mystery writer. A writer of detective stories. Yeah, this thing is like hiding from me. Okay, I'm gonna jump up here. Jump up here, see if I can get a better view.
Ace says, choke him out. What is this, a New York subway simulator?
Disavow.
From Grego with Love, what are your favorite movies starring the greatest actor of all time, Tom Cruise? He
Top
says
Gun?
His are Top Gun Maverick and the first Mission Impossible.
Top Gun, Legend, first Mission Impossible. I'm trying to think.
I would say Legend, Top Gun. Believe it or not, Oblivion was pretty good.
Never saw it. I was thinking War of the Worlds is pretty good, but not one of my favorite movies or anything.
Yeah, I mean, not with Tom Cruise. I mean, it...
Oh, Minority Report.
Minority Report was very good.
Yeah, that's one of the better Spielberg films, really. Hey, crowbar! Okay, let's whip out this map and see if maybe we're a little closer to this inscription. Oh, it's over there somewhere! Okay, but I'm not far from something else, so... Let's get up here.
People keep saying Collateral. I think I saw that. Hung Nguyen. Mine is Risky Business, one of my favorite movies.
I've heard that's a good movie, but I never watched it.
Edge of Tomorrow was okay. Bless you.
I'm gonna knock this dude out.
Sorry. Not much to write home about.
I don't know what that means.
Lampshade, turning back in any of Bethesda's usual bugs?
Couple. You know, I'm whipping out this map, and that's supposed to show me where the inscriptions are so I can find them, but they keep disappearing. It's like there's some kind of you can't see through walls when you should be able to kind of thing going on. Oh, up here.
Last Samurai.
Oh, yeah. Love that movie. Yeah, I mean, it's cheesy Hollywood slop, but it's good. It's good Hollywood slop.
A Few Good Men. Iron Colo. Speaking of not looking suspicious, who should we contact to report actual suspicious activity considering how compromised the FBI is? State police, maybe?
Right. Ooh, there we go. There's one. Why would there be... Why would this be here? All right.
That should be enough photos for Antonio.
Hung Nguyen, my lawyer Nikki Pompanies niece was so good, he reduced a rape charge down to tailgating.
What?
Mustard Face, does Indy use era-appropriate racial slurs?
Ah, there we go. Oh. Well, I haven't called any of these Italians wops or ginzos yet, so...
Yeah, no Italian slurs. What's going on?
Right?
I thought it was okay because they were white.
You dago bastard.
It's all over, says BTS.
Oh! What was that? Indy, why would you do that?
Because that's what you made him do.
No, I didn't. I jumped out of a window. He decided to jump over a fence that was 2 feet in front of the window and plummet to his death.
Sounds like a Call of Duty thing. They do that a lot too. Hung Nguyen, young crews hosting a prostitute party. Go watch it.
What?
Okay. Read that.
No. There we go. Ah, there we go. Gimme that biscotti.
Emperor Creatine, thank you for that earlier chat about how to knock people out. We kind of figured that out.
Yeah, we put that one together.
Jegs Dino God, people need to learn the difference between sexy and sleazy.
It's true. No, I agree.
Phantom Max. Hey, Razor, thanks for the content. Been 4 years since I found your channel. In my 4th year in the Marine Corps. Definitely my favorite YouTuber. God bless, Godspeed, and Merry Christmas.
Godspeed and Merry Christmas, and I hope you enjoy the videos to come.
I got Cicero in a headlock.
That's where he belongs.
What you gonna do about it? Huh? I booped you.
Biblioteca.
What? I got Cicero in a headlock. And he's just hanging out there, okay.
Why not?
Oh, now you want to go, okay. Jesus. Knocking shit over. Get you in a headlock again. Who the hell's talking?
There's nuns downstairs.
Oh.
All right.
Cold ass nose. Get out of here.
Well, keep riling him up. That'll calm him right down.
Oh, shut up. Oh, here we go. Gunslinger in the Midwest. Today's my birthday. If you had to pick one modern long rifle, what would you choose? Godspeed.
I don't know. I mean, it'd probably be some kind of AR. Although there's other ones I've seen.
Cicero.
Kiketto. Nope.
Trying to go under the wires.
Yeah. I'm block. The wires are blocking me from him, unfortunately, so he's not pleased. Cane Corsos in particular. If you ever get a Cane Corso, one of the peculiarities of the breed, not all dogs will do this, and not all the dogs. No other dog I've ever had has done this. If he goes outside to eat, and you move a chair. Like, you change anything about the room he was just in. The moment he comes in, he beelines to the chair. He starts barking, growling. He notices anything you change about a room. Like,
remember when he was just yay high? He was just growing as a puppy.
Yeah.
I was sitting at the island there, and plugged in a charger or something, right?
Yep.
To the socket. He walks up to it and just starts barking.
Yep. Anything out of the ordinary. Pure guard dog instinct. Oh, there we go. Where are they at? Aha! It's like Duke Nukem brandishing the money at the prostitute.
Shake it, baby.
Okay, here's what we got.
All right.
Borrow your
So this is Hunter Biden with a underage Chinese girl. This is Hunter Biden shirtless in a bathtub with a crack pipe in his mouth.
Look more like vandalism.
Oh.
Definitely ecclesiastical.
Could be an early representation of the Christian church.
But what does that have to do with Catholicism? Kidding!
This figure is taller than the others.
Like a giant.
This
figure
sword
is holding a sword.
Maybe it's a warrior.
No, I think it's a gardening sword. Good contribution there, Padre. Huh? Eh?
Look closely.
Look closely. Huh.
Huh. Someone has carved Latin all over these symbols.
A secret message from Father Crescenzo, perhaps?
Father
Latin
Crescenzo!
is much better than mine, Indy. What do these inscriptions say?
They say, order a calzone at Ginzo's.
The architect of the crusade that did not happen. The door of the fallen angel lies beneath his monument. What does that mean?
I see that. A crusade that did not happen. Dum diversas.
The papal bull.
Yes. After the fall of Constantinople, Pope Nicholas V tried to declare a crusade on the Ottomans, but...
It didn't happen. Nicholas V, his tower. That's his monument. Let's keep looking.
That's rude. Don't yank stuff.
The demon guards the way to the underworld, where the tomb of the warrior giant lies.
A demon? A fallen angel? Mother of God, the Father Crescenzo was onto something.
Maybe this giant's tomb lies underneath the tower of Nicholas V.
Yes, but it says here, to enter the underworld, the one needs the
Bruh!
of the 5 sacred
It was him!
Look.
It's freaking Elliot from Just Shoot Me. I was right. I knew it! I was like, I know that freaking voice! I know that voice. He's in a lot of stuff. I had no idea he was so Italian.
You see it?
Yeah. Not just the Ottomans.
Yeah.
But the Otto women
And the
Otto children.
Jesus shed blood. I'm gonna need some blood.
Alright. And some adrenochrome.
Blood of Christ. Il nome del Padre, Figlio, Spirito Santo.
Huh?
Oh, man.
What has been hidden beneath the Vatican? Henri, you should go to the Tower of Nicholas V and investigate.
Thank you, my friend. I knew I could count on you. Just like old times.
Oh man, he's super dead.
Oh yeah. Dead, dead, dead.
Kylo or metal fan. What's your favorite 80s glam metal act? My favorite is Kix. I'm from Maryland, and they've always been my favorite.
Either Wasp or Dokken. One of those two. And if you count Yngwie is definitely up there. Yngwie's more like power metal, but he definitely had a glam period, and I think that glam period is actually his best material.
Be perfect, even as your Father who is in heaven is.
Padre Antonio ci è stato di grande aiuto. Già. Pensavo che mi piacerebbe avere una sua fotoricordo.
Armand had any interesting paranormal experiences? We've been already asked that, like, tonight.
Yeah.
But thank you for the 10. Shlomo Bagelstein, landmines. Were you doing work in Iraq?
No. Worse, depending on how you look at it. The DR. Border with Haiti, specifically.
Joe Doyle. Sounds like the Coomers are on one side of the fascist coin and anti-sex feminism is on the other side of the coin. Gibson.
Let's see here.
I'm going to be getting my first firearm, my own place this January.
Nice.
Very excited.
Very cool.
My jobs pay well enough, even though it's infected with DEI bullshit. Only on the corporate and not local level, though.
Yeah. Well, that's good at least.
B-Dub, how
Vincenzo, Mario, Luigi, Linguini.
How accurate does your Mauser shoot?
Very accurate. Well, you
on
can,
target.
Yeah, you could ask Taryn.
It's so accurate.
He fired it. Uh-oh.
This guy.
Run. That was a captain.
Almost no recoil.
Yeah, it...
Very sturdy.
The pistol flips a bit because of the high bore axis. But not as bad as some people claim. You know, like, whenever people make a video about the Mauser, there's always some segment about the muzzle flip on it. But it's really not that bad. Especially if you shoot it two-handed. The thing is, pistols of that era were not designed to be shot two-handed. The standard way to shoot then was one-handed. Because they were sidearms. You already had a main weapon, so that was your two-handed weapon. Where'd that captain get off to? Propping his foot up on something, no doubt.
Andrew, thank you for the 20. It'd be really cool if there was a RazörFist and Terran cartoon. In the spirit of Looney Tunes, Ren and Stimpy, etc. Two of you getting into funny shit, fighting the forces of evil, Cicero borking, rock on.
You stupid idiot!
Ran.
Oh, joy.
Mustard Face, thoughts on Lucas Botkin being a closeted twink.
Who?
Lucas Botkin?
I don't know who that is. I'm glad.
That he's in the closet?
No, I'm glad I don't know who it is.
Oh, okay. Bulky Ninja, what are your thoughts on Kamiya coming back to Capcom to reform Clover and make DMC6 and Okami 2? God Hand 2, maybe. Where'd you hear the DMC6? I only heard about the Okami 2.
Yeah, Okami was a big announcement. Not as big as Jeff Keighley thought it was. Gosh, he just about wept on stage. The crowd was like, yeah, you know what I mean?
I say, and I wonder if Maximilian Dude would agree with me. You want the next Marvel vs. Capcom to just be absolutely killer?
That is a good water effect there. That was well done.
You want it to be spectacular? Get Kamiya to do it. That is my thought.
Okay, got a little Tomb Raider puzzle here. What's this?
Oh, you gotta turn it.
Well, I mean, Michael is clearly on top there. The devil always was a bottom.
Andrew just got my BattleTech Kickstarter delivered, and I can happily say I will not be supporting Catalyst again after this terrible service.
Wise move. The only thing worse than their politics is their customer service right now. It's unbelievable, dude. The amount of wait time people have had, the fact that their freaking Kickstarters were delivered to shops before they were delivered to the customers. Bruh.
Random Ramblin' Researcher, are we getting a bag of videos this Christmas? And if so, might there be something space-related? Looks over at Unauthorized.
All right. Well, it's already recorded. All right. It is dark in here. Can I light this on anything? Oh, man. I get the feeling, like, do I have a flashlight, or... What's the inventory button again? Ancient relic, bottle of wine, revolver bullets.
I'm your super beast. Speaking of guns, just recently got a Smith & Wesson 500 revolver for a late birthday gift. Ammo will be super pricey, but worth it.
All ammo's super pricey right now. Got a box of 9mm the other day that was pricey. There we go. Alright, let me light some torches, because this is annoying. Let's light some torches on our way back. I think there was another one up here, or maybe that was the one I grabbed.
HT Arcade.
Nothing?
Virtua Fighter 5 got a remaster on Steam that has improved visuals, rebalanced gameplay, and online play that was just announced. The beta is out now.
Nice. It is a great game, and you should play it. If you want a real fighting game, you should play it. Okay, is there anything to light here?
Gibson, if I give a Goyim $5, can I be forgiven?
L'chaim.
Doc Flamingo, I was a teenager during the Satanic Panic. It was annoying and all but nothing remotely like the woke fascism we just went through.
Yeah, nothing like it.
Christian crazies never had real political power or social capital.
They didn't have any political power. No laws were passed. Like, what Satanic Panic law was passed? Anything? There was a few legal cases that maybe were colored by Satanic Panic. People like to point to the West Memphis 3. The West Memphis 3, it was a wrongful conviction, no question. But it had more to do with the fact that Damien Eccles was just weird in a small southern town. And he didn't help his case by being a total asshole in court. Like, he antagonized the judge, the jury, the prosecutor, his own defense attorney. He was an edgelord in a small southern town. What did he expect, you know? And he had a history of drugs and came from a bad family and all of that stuff, so... But was that Satanic Panic? It's like they used the satanic thing because he listened to heavy metal music in a southern town. He wasn't picked up or prosecuted because he was satanic. He was picked up because he was already on the local police's radar because he'd been involved in drugs and vandalism. But, like, there were so few cases that were touched at all by the Satanic Panic thing.
Well, this is my blood.
It was, honestly, it was mostly just Geraldo Rivera and a few talk show hosts in the 90s that, like, kicked up the Satanic Panic thing. It was nothing.
Remission of sins.
Alright.
Trenchcoat Sword. Is that Morning and Evening by C.H. Spurgeon?
I think you already read that.
Oh, okay. Read that. Patriotic Cat. I've been writing a book to make sure dialogue sounds good. I would say the dialogue aloud, as if I were speaking to myself. It does make a difference, I think. Oh, and thank you.
Yeah.
D7 Origin. So Razor found a hammer. Is this Indiana Jones and the secret Pelosi affair?
Paul Pelosi?
Okay, thanks. I gave to them saying, drink all of it.
Alright. Ruh-roh. Sorry, I'm struggling with the controls a little bit. It's got kind of weird controls with the inventory and stuff.
Kylo Metal Fan, my two favorite Judas Priest albums are Screaming for Vengeance and Jugulator. I wouldn't have known about Jugulator if I didn't see the mythos.
Right on!
He gave to the disciples and said...
Because Judas Priest have just buried it in their catalog. Like, They just pretend it didn't exist. The whole reason Metal Mythos exists is because Judas Priest put out a video where it was called, like, Judas Priest, the complete albums or something like that, where the whole band, this is in 2014 or 13.
We heard shots. What happened?
I sent them a message.
2013-14 when they were doing the Chosen Few album. And to promote it on their YouTube channel, they did this video where they were going album by album and the band were talking about them. And it was like, holy crap, that's awesome, right? They even did the thing where you zoom in on the album cover, it comes close to the screen. Like, I took that for my video because really the first Metal Mythos on Judas Priest, it was not intended to be a series. It was intended to be a rebuttal to what Judas Priest had done, insulting their audience by, you know, they get to Painkiller and they're talking about it. Every album, they've got all these detailed explanations. And then all of a sudden they jump from Painkiller to Angel of Retribution. They freaking skip an entire decade of their history where they had a different singer. They just pretended it didn't exist.
Eat. This is my body.
I was like, what was that?
2.
There we go. There we go. So, yeah, the whole reason I did that Metal Mythos was, okay, somebody's got to review this. Is this another torch?
I think that's a mace.
Really? It has a candle on it.
Oh.
Okay, I guess it can't be used as a... I was just...
Hung Nguyen, I'm disappointed by the misses tonight. Here's another one. My cousin is LGBT. I always tell him that in our family tree, he's in the fruit section.
Yeah! That's, we all love Rodney Dangerfield.
Nastasa, thank you for the 100 Ron. When you were doing volunteer work in Romania, what was your opinion of the country in the time you were there?
So, like, it was so weird. It reminded me a little bit of Mexico when I was there, in the sense that it was like best of times, worst of times. Like, the nice areas of Romania were like, what? And it was like the most beautiful parts of Europe you could imagine. And the worst parts were like, what nuclear missile went off here? It was just like an anecdote I could tell you that gave me my impression. Actually, Tactical Hobo was on this trip, the one I took to Mexico. We were building houses, and so we had to go down this dirt road. You'd hang a right, and there was this kind of intersection-ish. It was a dirt road because there was no zoning. They didn't have paving, so they couldn't do trash pickup, so there was just garbage on either sides of the road. And you'd hang a right, and right when you hung a right to get to the little shanty town where the houses were that we were going to build, you would have to pass a palatial 3, maybe even 4-story drug lord mansion, constantly patrolled by dogs and armed men, like with automatic camera systems facing out. It was just obviously like a drug lord's palace and whatever. That impression, like, you'd go from there, just affluence that was probably drug related, to like just destitution. People living in shanty towns, in shacks built out of like fallen down billboards that they had taken down and made into a wall of their house. Dirt floor, crapping in a hole in the ground behind the shack. It was like that. That was the same impression. Like, an old world version of that was what Romania was.
Also, I will use the internet to get on my Switch the Soul Reaver remaster.
Hey.
With Kenyan internet. Well, good luck.
Kenyan internet. Barack Obama internet. I mean,
Someone will fix that.
I didn't know you could bash those kind of walls down. I've seen a few of those walls. I could have bashed those down this whole time.
Lampshade. That Judas Priest doc sounds like if they made a Van Halen game that skipped over the Sammy Hagar era.
Yeah, basically,
Wait,
yes.
Guitar Hero did that.
3.
Is this right? I can't take a picture of it. There's no icon for it, so maybe I don't need to.
The Gunslinger. I've had a theory about Ripper and Priest for a while.
What's
I
that?
think Halford and Priest agreed to bury him to avoid admitting he can smoke Rob on vocals.
I don't know about that. Maybe Rob Halford was a little precious about being replaced. Look, by the time Ripper was in Judas Priest, Rob was already losing his voice. He was honestly losing his voice a little bit by the time Painkiller rolled around. Probably the vocal peak of Rob Halford was the Ram It Down tour, and it was all downhill after that. You watch Rob on the Painkiller tour, he's amazing, don't get me wrong, but he can't hit the notes that he hit on the record. He can't. He was doing that little Muppet voice the whole time, and, his voice had started to decline. By the time he got to his second solo album, The Crucible, stick a fork in him. He was done. He sounds better today, but he's still not Rob Halford circa 1988. He never is going to get back to that. His voice changed. There's nothing wrong with that. Difference is, Rob was smart enough to work with that, to change his vocal style a little bit so that he doesn't strain so much. There's a lot of metal singers who are not smart enough to do that. Okay, now I am curious. What does this mean?
Oh, last one was... Is there one by his feet? Or two by his feet?
There's two by his feet. It's the nails, I assume. Oh, and the spear in his side. I see. Spear of Longinus is next to us, and that was 3.
So that one's 3rd.
This is a mighty Christian puzzle for 2024. It's kind of based. I'm not going to lie.
Mr. Gurkha.
Walking on water. So one of those is going to be... His feet are going to be walking on water. Is that 3? That is 3. I wonder which one.
Yeah, because the other one is 4.
Okay. 2. Oh.
This is it. Jesus on the cross. 5 sacred wounds.
Oh, left hand, right hand, the side, and then each foot.
Yeah. I assume... Okay, which is which? Right hand? Ah, there's your left hand. Okay, I see. Left hand is 2. Yeah, now it makes sense. The image gives it away.
Mr. Gurkha, no razor rants about Biden forgiving his son, and remember, only the rich can afford to be communists.
Crap. I kind of intended to talk about that on a podcast, but the truth is, the pardon I talked about on Gorka, so... 2. Alright.
Dawnbreaker. Stop trying to make companies or the government parent for you, not to mention kids' entertainment is so dumbed down.
Alright, left... This is his right foot? Right foot? Mary Magdalene washing Jesus' right foot.
Generalissimo Liberty.
Sorry, it was 2, I think. I think it was 2. No, it's 4.
4. Evening Razor.
No! 2, 4. And noodles.
Did you see Pressler going after New Jersey? We need to keep fighting and not go into hibernation 2 years.
Right. It's Jesus' right, not my right.
No.
Right. No, this isn't right. It's Jesus' right, not my right.
Okay, where's his left foot at? There is no left foot, I don't think.
Adriano, thank you for that 10.
Not that I'm seeing.
Dawnbreaker, it's no wonder younger.
Ah, okay. I see the problem here. That's his left foot. So that's 4, and that's 3.
No wonder younger people are stunted in growing the F up. A great example is the Land Before Time with the 10 minutes after his mom dies.
Right. Freaking. That was a pretty based puzzle right there. Dude, the Land Before Time mother death scene. I'm not crying, you're crying. Gosh. What was that? Wind in the Willows? Bambi? Return to Oz, which was all kinds of messed up. Labyrinth? Any of the Jim Henson puppet fantasy movies. Willow. Dark Crystal.
Ung Nguyen, what's your psychoanalysis on the CEO shooter?
I am about to put out a rant on that. But my gut feeling is it's starting to sound like he wasn't even a United Health customer. There's something going on with his past in healthcare of some kind. Something about healthcare bothers him. It makes me wonder if maybe he didn't aspire to be in healthcare at some point. Or there's some personal connection there. Some kind of personal connection there. I've heard contradictory reports. Initially, they were saying like he had a grandma or something that there was some kind of healthcare issue with, and he wasn't satisfied with it. Then I heard contrary-wise reports that's not true. So who knows? It's beginning to sound... Either way, I think the motivation is the same. He wanted to shoot someone. He wanted it to be very public and very well known. You don't have bullet casings engraved if you don't have an air of the theatrical about you. You know, I initially thought it was, you know, hired hitman or something like that. He certainly knew what he was doing. He 3D printed a gun. But now I think I misinterpreted that. I think it was well planned. Well, actually, he knew exactly where the guy was, but I think that was because what he really wanted to do was kill someone and do it publicly. There's something about him that, you know, he's super wealthy, raised in a wealthy family, went to Yale, right? Some super Ivy League school. A lot of times when that happens, you get hardcore entitlement and then underachieving. You combine those two things in a dude who's super, super entitled and then violent, you wind up with a situation like this. I truly do think at the end of the day, the dude just wanted to kill someone. And sometimes that happens. Taryn, I don't know, have you been following it? Any read on the United Healthcare CEO situation?
Honestly...
Ooh, a little Underworld Ascendant action there.
It could be any number of things. I still don't think we know enough. Like, he does have a history with, you know, back problems and the whole grandmother thing.
Well, actually, that I've heard now reports that he never had a back problem. He never had a back surgery, and he was never a United Health customer. So if that's the case, again, this all hinges on what reports are true and what aren't. A lot of it is BS, you can just tell. My read, if he was not a United Healthcare CEO and if he never had back problems, is there's something personal about him in the healthcare industry, for sure. But mostly he wanted to kill, and he wanted it to be public, and he wanted his name out there. That's why he shouted at reporters when he was being carried away. It's about him.
What's this?
Yeah, like I said, we just don't have enough facts
Page from
yet.
a journal.
Yep.
Medieval.
Gibson, it's mostly the parents' fault. Tax single moms.
Oh, you can go prone. You can just only do it in a certain context.
Thousands of years old.
From a certain point of view.
Roman burial ground.
Huh.
Gunslinger, remember when the kid that played Ducky and the little girl...
Don't!
Yeah.
You're not going to bring us all down.
Stomach turning thrush.
Ugh.
The other day, you mentioned Bow Wow. Have you ever heard of the Japanese 80s metal band Tilt?
No, never heard of them. Another really good one is 44 Magnum.
I got to see them in Saitama several months ago.
Ooh, and another really good one, Wolf. Such a great band. Only a couple of albums, but geez, they were good.
Coffee Slayer, I recently gave my life back to the Lord and have turned away from homo sin. What resources would you recommend that I invest time to? Well, Milo knows about getting over that, so maybe you should talk to him.
Does he? No. I'll give you a really general bit of advice that will really apply to almost anything. Even when you're regenerate, you're gonna sin because the flesh is sinful. You are a sinner, but think on things of the Lord. Think on things of regenerate faith, because you become what you preoccupy yourself with. That goes for people who are trying to kick booze, people who are trying to kick pornography, whatever. What you obsess over is the thing that you're going to become. So this is why committing to prayer is so important.
I'll take that.
Having an accountability partner of some kind is great. Being part of some kind of support group, that can be really instructive. But because it's important, you need to be accountable to God, you need to be committed to prayer, and you need to be accountable to someone else. You know, you need somebody to be able to hold you in check. If that's a family member or something like that, that could work. A pastor, a religious leader. Jerusalem cross. Oh, a hate symbol! Right? I was told on social media that was a hate symbol, correct? How dare Bethesda? How dare you? You have stolen my childhood with your empty words.
Dawnbreaker, you'll never get a scene as impactful as that in modern kids' entertainment. HT Arcade, as much as I like Carrie Lake, she was the right Stacey Abrams. Perhaps now AZ can have a red governor.
Whatever you have to tell yourself, I guarantee you the next Republican, if we follow what the Milos and the Doug TeNaples are all suggesting, and go with a regular Republican. This is, keep in mind, and I want them to go on record with this. I hope they don't delete their tweets. We have heard this refrain. Stop me if you've heard this one before. A regular Republican could have won that race.
Oh,
I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that when a regular Republican runs and loses by 7 points. Because Carrie Lake lost by a percentage of a point in 2022. And she lost by under 2 points this year. The last AZ Senate candidate lost by 5. Stupidity. She's our Stacey Abrams. Like, no. She took those cases to court. The Arizona Supreme Court admitted that there was enough fraud that she should be and is the rightful governor of the state of Arizona, but they had no redress for her, which is not her fault. That's the court's fault. And why? Because she could not prove that it was intentional. That Katie Hobbs did it on purpose and not out of incompetence. Katie Hobbs was saved by plausible deniability and her own possible incompetence. But we know it's not incompetence. Let's be real. She was in charge of her own election and she just happened to win. Please. She won by what, a couple thousand votes? Like nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, it's over here. These people are stupid, man. These people are stupid. These people want to drag us back to defeat. No, I think it's actually up here and around the corner where I was before. Yeah. Sure enough. Okay, I don't think I can take my torch with me. Can I? No? I bet I can.
That's burnable.
Yeah, I bet I could burn that if I get another torch. I'll have to find one.
Imagine carrying a lighter with you.
Yeah, it's a really nice Skyrim dungeon here. Where are the Nord dead buried exactly? Where are those mummified Nords?
Generalissimo Liberty. Back home we call regular Republicans bitches.
You run a regular Republican, you will lose. Trump doesn't win a state by 7 points because he's a regular Republican. Arizona was the reddest swing state in the entire election.
But then people voted against Kari Lake, and that's weird.
Which makes a ton of sense. She was a Trump-style Republican. She was known in Arizona, better known in Arizona than Trump is. I hope she runs in Iowa, because she'll win. Because the problem is not Kari Lake. The problem is Arizona elections. That's the problem. And if you and I'll just say this. This is why I called Doug TeNapel out, Milo, anybody who has forwarded this false narrative. If you are attacking Kari Lake as an illegitimate candidate or a bad candidate, what you're really doing is simping for Arizona elections. And if you're that, you're my enemy. Because right now I have one political goal and one political goal alone. I want Arizona elections to be Florida-style elections. Now, the Arizona State Senate is already working on that. I've already seen that. The Arizona Senate leader has already proposed a measure to have our election procedures work the same way as Florida's. And if they do that, we're not a purple state anymore. We'll be just as red as we were this cycle, if not more. We'll be back to being what Arizona was 2-3 election cycles ago, redder than Texas.
Magnificent. What is this place?
All right. Okay, we have some torches, but we don't have some torches. Maybe I'm gonna check the walls, see if there's maybe a torch and a brazier somewhere.
Hung Nguyen, the dude, looks and screams college kid loud and clear to me. Outgoing, frat, privileged, academically accomplished, image obsessed.
He
on
supposedly has a
social
high,
media.
yeah, supposedly has a high IQ. You saw that, right? Like,
yeah,
he's not a dullard.
Lampshade, thoughts on the band Lion? Short-lived, but good.
Yeah. Yeah, I like him more than White Lion.
Conan the Barbarian, here's a suggestion. Pastor Manning.
Yes! Flames coming out of your brazier.
The Gunslinger, Dutch Vanderlyn telling Arthur to run a regular Republican in Blackwater to legislate Mango Day.
I couldn't do anything that's better than that super chat. Oh, man. Okay, maybe I'm gonna have to settle.
Kylor, metal fan. My first Alice Cooper album was Hey Stupid. That album got me back into rock and metal. Alice's albums from 86 to 91 are my faves of his career.
They're very good, dude. It was just a good period. He was making a lot of great music. And the imagery was getting up to date a little bit.
Maybe there's another way to open it.
Whoa. Whoa. What was that? Okay. Search the tomb. Okay. Well, let's look around.
Overkill? The Biden, he poopa in front of the popa.
It's funny, too, when I heard that Biden pooped in front of the Pope story. Mad TV years ago had Richard Lewis, rest in peace, on. And they did the Pope's poop sketch. And the running gag was, we've got a sketch for you, Richard Lewis. The whole idea was Mad TV doesn't like Richard Lewis. But they had him on as a guest star anyway. So he's dressed up as the Pope. Okay, we got the Pope's poop sketch for you. And it was all these vignettes of him backstage. And they're talking up the Pope's poop sketch. Yeah, this is going to be great. The Pope's poop sketch. It'll be fantastic. And they kept going backstage to him. And he's like, what's going on? What's going on? They're like, fine. Hey, we're ready to film the Pope's poop sketch. You ready, Richard? You ready? He's like, yeah, it's right through this door. He goes out to the door. It leads out to the alleyway. And they just leave him. That's what I thought of immediately when I heard that Biden pooped his pants in front of the Pope. This didn't work out great for James Sunderland.
That didn't work. Should
Yeah.
check the other side.
Generalissimo Liberty, how do we stop an anti-MAGA relapse in 2028?
You can stop listening to people who are saying people like Carrie Lake are bad candidates.
So stop listening to HTRK. Got it. Shadow Gamble got back from work 2.5 hours ago due to freezing rain.
Whoa! That was not cool, Bethesda. That was not cool.
Freezing rain and frozen roads.
You know what?
On the insurance industry overall. Thanks and Godspeed.
Thoughts on the insurance industry overall? I'm going to talk about this a little bit in my video. I already recorded it. I was literally in the middle of editing it when the Game Awards popped up, and I was like, oh crap, I got to react to those. So I quickly watched the Game Awards and then put that video together, but I had the other one in the pipeline before. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit, my thoughts on insurance. Because it plays into this whole thing. This is such a Skyrim dungeon. What?
Well, it's open.
I gotta say, like, so far, story-wise, this is the Indiana Jones movie we wish we got last time. He's just in tombs, finding artifacts, uncovering Vatican mysteries. Like, why couldn't this be the movie? You know what I mean?
Sure you won't mind.
I'm sure you won't mind if the frame rate dips down to 40. See that?
Yeah.
My TV's in 60 FPS, so this is really noticeable.
Fountain of Confession. Entrance to the sacred monastery of the Nephilim Order. There it is.
What? I fall in a sinkhole. Oh, there's no Goombas down here. What is it? I go down a green pipe. I somehow wind up here. That could have been gameplay. Still not a hair out of place.
Hella gas. Slightly intoxicated after a game night with the boys. Love you, Big Razor.
Godspeed.
Matthew Harder. Razor, I don't get how lib millionaires and billionaires are so cheap and dumb about hiring some security to protect them or carrying a gun.
Crazy. I mean, gosh, look at John Lennon, right? Could there be a bigger commie than John Lennon? Frickin' no one was protecting him. Dude just walks up and pops him. Of course, the same thing happened to Reagan, and he had security. He almost died. We almost had George H.W. Bush as president early.
Hex. Canadian man waits 6 hours in AR, goes home and dies because he didn't get a CAT scan that would have saved his life.
Dude, did you hear about that?
Yeah, I did.
What in the world? He's like, well, I don't know what it was because I was sitting around waiting and I wasn't seen to. That doesn't surprise me at all, dude. Canada's similar to Norway in that sense, and I've told this story before, but I know somebody who almost went half blind because they were waiting so long to be treated in Norway. I mean, it was crazy. And they finally went to their home country, which was Iran, and Iran in freaking 15 minutes is like, oh, you're pre-diabetic. You gotta sort out your diet. Huh. Interesting.
Lampshade, I feel like a Jeremy Soule track should be playing.
Right? There's a guy who got canceled over some BS. Okay, we'll go down. This is cool. Dude, this feels like Indiana Jones right here. Yeah.
HT Arcade. Lake lacks credibility, politically speaking.
Alright, here we go. What does that even mean? It means she was robbed of 2 elections, and you pick and choose when you decide Arizona elections are legitimate. That's what that means. The only difference between Carrie Lake and Blake Masters is, number 1, Carrie Lake lost by a lot less, and number 2, Carrie Lake didn't give up. Which, by the way, is 1,000 times more inspirational than if she had won. Because Arizona has had a succession of Republican candidates who obviously suffer suspicious election results and do nothing about it. Carrie Lake put her money where her mouth is. She took it to court. She got an outright admission from the Arizona Supreme Court that she was robbed, that she rightfully won the governor's election. They didn't have a remedy for her because that machinery isn't in place. But she got that admission. And instead of everybody rallying around her and saying, hey, she fought and she won the only victory she could win, instead of just folding her tent like Martha McSally did, they all give in to catty nonsense because they're pissed off they got blocked by Carrie Lake on Twitter. And thereby justify the block, by the way. If you're telling lies about somebody, why wouldn't they block you? Don't be a retard. Something. Oh.
Oceanus and his sons. Romans were fascinated with ancient Greece.
Yeah, there we go.
Dawnbreaker, if you want to prevent a loss like 2020 again, stop listening to the Daily Wire unless you can't live without mid-trash boomer humor, conservative movies.
Yeah. All right. Probably through here.
Maybe through here.
Thanks, Indy. Again, this game definitely suffers from modern game-itis with the over-explaining and over-talking. You're standing in a room. Gosh, I wonder if I should walk into that room to the right. I should probably walk into that room to the right.
Adriano, if you're reading this, you've been in a coma for 19 years. We're trying a new technique. We don't know if this message will end up in your dream, but we hope we're getting through. Please wake up.
Explains why things have been so messed up the last 19 years. Jeez.
If it were such an important message, you think they could spare more than $10?
$5 a month.
M2M, thank you for the 50 again.
Oh no. What? He saw me? Are you kidding me? And I can't go back.
I think an ancient mace would hurt more.
Well, that guy was wearing armor. Oh, no, he wasn't. He, I don't know. He's wearing something. You like my insightful commentary? He's wearing something.
Seeing Western entertainment values go down the drain makes me wonder how much Asian influence will overtake our culture. Japan's collectivism promotes societal integrity at the cost of smothering dissent. The hammer that sticks out gets nailed down.
For sure. And the closer you observe their education system, the more you observe that. Look, we have a messed up education system. It's even worse now than it was. But, like, when I talk about our education system, I'm talking about a version of the education system that I observed when I was still part of it, right? So, like, early 2000s, whatever, would have been the last time I was in a classroom. In America, I mean. When I was in Japan, though, their education system is very much, if you're a little bit ahead of the class, you slow down so the rest of the class can keep going on with the curriculum. It's that. Which is why it's kind of wild that, you know, such gifted people still wind up emerging from Japan. That's probably because there's just a higher standard academically there anyways. But still, the one benefit that America had, not so much, but had, was, I feel like a bad student in America was way, way, way worse than in Japan, but a better student in America, like a genius in America, was a lot smarter than a genius in Japan. Because in the American education system, you could study at your leisure. You would get promoted and promoted and promoted. You could wind up going to college classes freshman year if you really were way ahead of the class. And I knew a few people who were that brilliant. And in Japan, they would have been held back. Same thing in, like, Sweden. Whatever. Yngve Malmsteen has a brilliant interview about this. I think the clip is still on YouTube. It's called America Does Not Need to Change. And he was, or no, America Needs No Change. He was basically, it was basically a rebuttal to Barack Obama. Because this was recorded in, like, 2008 or something.
Mercenary X, not just afraid, full-on Doomslayer attitude. T-Cell, didn't they make that with Destiny and Fuentes? What?
I'm
not sure what you're talking about. Question Tree, why so many Bible characters in the Bible disobey God even after speaking directly with him? If God spoke to you, wouldn't you listen? What's your take on why this happened? To teach lessons.
No, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're given free will. I mean, consider this. You'll get this old thing from, like, atheists. I actually saw this tweet a few days ago. Some edgelord atheist was like, well, if God is all-powerful, he could settle the argument of whether he exists by just showing up. We'd all shut up. Like, in 5 minutes. Like, this is a deeply insightful kind of remark. And somebody quote tweeted, just brilliant, and is like literally just posts a photo of Jesus Christ hanging on a cross. Like, he did. He did. And not only 15 minutes after he was dead and or resurrected or assumed into heaven or whatever were people already doubting, they were doubting him while he was performing miracles. This is humanity. Look at the modern information age. Look at the modern information age. We have people call it the post-truth society, where someone can literally go, we have evidence the FBI embedded hundreds of agents on January 6th. And for how many years did they just deny it, deny it, deny it? Truth doesn't matter to a large number of people. So the truth that Jesus was the Christ didn't matter to a lot of people. They didn't care. The Jews were pressed because they were expecting a Messiah that would deliver them from the Romans, and Jesus refused to do it. And he criticized the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin. Oh. He criticized the Roman authorities themselves, and his followers were hunted down and killed by both bodies of people, right? The Sanhedrin and the Romans for hundreds of years after that. So it's like, when you really think about it, it's not surprising at all.
Sweet dreams, fella.
This is a mace. Where am I trying to get to?
Mercenary X,
okay,
your Brokeback Mountain joke with Kojima, remember?
Oh, yes.
Intrinsic Dark, I'm black and severely anti-Marxist. It's amazing how many progressives stop believing that you need to be protected from the white man once you espouse hatred for centrally planned garbage.
Right. It's one of the biggest continuous tactics of Marxism is attaching themselves to something that already has a positive reputation. At the time when Marxism was really ascending in America in the 19-teens, 1920s, 1930s, that was also a hotbed of the early civil rights stuff. And so Marxists latched on to the black man's cause. And so there was all kinds of cringy communist propaganda that was just all nonsense. The one I've talked about before was... Oh, dear.
Who's that up
their concept of a United Negro States of America. They were going to give the American South to black people. Of course, in the fine print, even in the pamphlet, is, and the Soviet Union would technically run it, but we'd give control back to black people after a while. We swear, right? So it's like, that's been a feature of Marxism from day one.
Jack Stano God, when will they remake and remaster Red Dead Revolver?
I would love that. I don't understand why they don't do it. It would be a slam dunk. It's a game a lot of people didn't play, and it's the first game in now a best-selling series. One of the best-selling games of all time. And Red Dead Revolver sold quite a few copies. It's not like it was an obscure game.
Hex, why does Indiana not have a gun?
He does, and I think you do use it at some point.
They gotta save it for the latter half of the game.
Yeah, I believe he does. I thought I remembered seeing it in, promotional material for the game.
Hung Nguyen, Indiana Jones in the land of
What? Uh-oh.
Dustin the Grim.
Lighting a torch is not going to help in a stealth segment, Indy.
Speaking of LucasArts, have either of you played Zombies Ate My Neighbors? I tried to as a kid, but the game was too expensive.
It is a great game, dude.
Sorry, folks. We need to skip over to Streamlabs. Mercenary X, thank you for all the donos tonight. Apparently, to all the physics out there... Psychics. Him and his fucking speech to text. The drones that are flying all over the place are not man-made at all.
Uh-oh.
But definitely want to get our attention. Trump specifically. Unfortunately, I've got proof because the military flew over my house with a Hercules that was fully armed apparently in my area. The drones are being taken seriously. And don't you dare say they're from China, because the damn things are supposed to be the size of a house and silent. And I saw one of those things.
They are huge. I have heard that they're very large, like more like the size of a car, I've heard. Like a small car. Which is crazy, dude. Definitely some kind of military something.
Hung Nguyen, damn, I didn't know Donkey Kong was given a country of his own to shut him up. Continuing with Mercenary X. Another thing is...
Is Donkey Kong Country Wakanda? Is it?
I'm... no comment.
It's Wakanda.
Another thing is that my sister's friend is married to a cop. So she said they recalled all police officers to active duty, regardless if vacation time or not. That's how serious. Canalis, thank you for the 5. Jonathan, thank you for the 20. What were the best and worst years in gaming and entertainment for the 2000s and 2010s?
Yeah, for me, 2002, 2003 were the worst. Best, 04 and 07. 04 and 07 were bangers.
I can agree with that.
Oh my gosh, so many good games those years. So many good movies those years.
Canalis went to my LCS today, and they had the first and most recent arcs of Black Sad on display by the front door.
Wow. Well, I mean, I believe Black Sad just recently got published by a bigger company in America, which is awesome for them. Because most BD don't get big publishing deals. That's really the big thing that's held Bande Dessinée back, is Marvel and DC have taken no interest in bringing it over. Marvel briefly had a deal with Soleil Comics, but they didn't do much with it outside of published stuff that was already available in Heavy Metal Magazine, you know? Groosh! Take that, Duce!
Primark, don't know the accuracy, but I heard the shooter had an anarchist background, and if this keeps happening, we're looking at the return of the Black Hand. Asher, we was Kongs and shit. Mercenary X, thank you for the additional donos.
That makes my coconut gun fire in spurts. If he shoots, yeah?
Anyways,
it's gonna hurt.
Watched my first ever Game Awards yesterday, but I did so with Craig. Only liked 2 things about it. The Muppets making fun of Kojima, and maybe Turok not holding breath for the last one. Okay. Speaking of Troy Baker, did you see Harrison Ford endorsing him? It makes me wonder how much they paid him, and seriously, what is he spending that money on? He
endorsed him because he doesn't want to do the games. He doesn't like video games.
So I finally got the poster to be framed, $320.
How do you... Oh, man, I thought you could hit somebody with that bust. Jeez. I'm, like, holding it like an a-hole. Okay.
Done and cheaper than going to Michael's. I'm getting it with UV-resistant glass to prevent fading.
Okay.
And my final dono until my next dono, which is the very next one. How bad is Hunt Showdown event?
Oh. I mean, gameplay-wise, it's not that horrible. I like the idea of the little carnival. There's nothing wrong with having a carnival in the Old West. It fits the setting. Attaching Post Malone to it is weaponized cringe. And some of the gameplay changes, some of the powers. Dude, do you know about this freaking power? What is it, like Shadow Crush, I think it's called? This is a new power. This is so stupid. I'm so sick of these superpowers in Hunt Showdown. Guess what it is from the name. Shadow Crush.
You jump up and crush and I don't know.
It's psychic damage. In Darksight, you look at someone and they take damage automatically. You're telepathically harming someone. What are we doing here? What am I, an X-Man? Am I Jean Grey? What is this? What are we doing? It's a cowboy game. When did it turn into Old West Justice League? The power, like the traits far and away are one of the worst things that have happened to the game recently. The freaking Shadow Leap and all these dumb powers.
The number one schmuck, are there any years in gaming that can hang with 98, 04, and 07? Let's be hacks and choose a fourth for our Mount Rushmore.
96? I almost said 96. It was pretty great. 85. 85. Super Mario Brothers.
Okay.
Duck Hunt.
That's fair.
I mean, a bunch of stuff because of the Nintendo. That was a good year for video games. The 80s in general are really underrated for games, both in terms of PC RPGs, because there was a ton of bangers, Ultima games and all that, like so many good games. And of course arcade games that came out of the 80s, X-Men and like freaking Simpsons, and most of that stuff came out in the 80s. I'll just leave them alone this time.
Lampshade already said, but glad to have Ninja Gaiden back. Gunslinger.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I kind of missed.
You had a... Hope you have a happy holidays, Mercenary X, and if I can take some sage words from an illustrious man such as Psycho Sid, I'd say to you, break a leg.
Oh! Why did you have to go there? Now we all have to think about that image again. What are you doing?
Dawnbreaker, you know what I think of when I think of Old West fare? I think modern hip-hop Post Malone.
Yeah! Oh my gosh. I actually pulled that off.
Frame saying, a Mercenary X continues, and the final don't know again until I don't know again. The leg hole is finally starting to close up, and it's almost...
Surprise.
Call my sister gave me 6 months. It's almost fully healed up after a month.
Oh man, I did not see that guy. Eat it! Fortunately, everybody else is deaf, apparently. Oh, give me that fascist billy club. Cade Vincenzo! Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm gonna swing across so I don't have to deal with this BS.
Yes, Spook Kitty, we took a picture of you earlier. Rider of the Metal Horse.
Uh-oh, 2 of them over there, okay.
You talked about how the left can't separate the personal from the political.
Yep.
And that's why they get angry. How do you define the two, and how do you keep them separate?
Identity is not politics. Having a political position is not your identity. It's really that simple. I take the position that there's virtually nothing that is done by the government that could not be done better by private industry. That's not my personality. Okay. What is this? Ancient relic. That looks like a frickin' pipe on a sink.
In the Vatican.
Midnight Green. TGA gives an award to a guy who helps people find jobs in the industry. They just conveniently leave out the part where he works for Tencent in charge of acquisitions.
What's this? How do I get in there?
Lampshade, all this Italian and we're not playing Isanzo.
Right? It's a Greek tragedy. It's an Italian tragedy, really, is what it is. Can I take this bust back? We're gonna do that. And we'll put it on this pedestal.
Ghost Hall. So not only did we get a proper Virtua Fighter sequel after damn near 20 years, but Virtua Fighter 5, we also get the return of Okami and Clover Studios.
Yeah.
Dare I to be hopeful or stay cautiously optimistic?
I'm hoping if Virtua Fighter 6 does better than previous games in the series, because, man, Virtua Fighter 5 was awesome, but it wasn't like a gajillion seller. It wasn't a bomb by any stretch of the imagination. They ported it to everything, so obviously it's sold. But, man, if Virtua Fighter 6 somehow drew a bigger audience, because it is fun, guys. If you really get into Virtua Fighter, you'll never look at, like, Tekken or any of those other games the same way again. It's just deeper than they are. If that happens, like, I'm hoping we get more, and I hope that incentivizes other kinds of new 3D fighting games. How awesome would it be with Square Enix crapping away all this money on games that aren't selling for them to pull Bushido Blade out of their back pocket or something?
Yeah.
It'd be amazing.
Let's see. Hung Nguyen, who knew Mario is evil. He put Donkey Kong in a cage, and he stood on a balcony in front of a big crowd. Last time an Italian did that, it ended well.
Love conquers all.
Dawnbreaker, top 5 worst presidents in U.S. history.
Top 5?
Top 5 worst presidents, yeah.
Yeah. Abraham Lincoln, Woodrow Wilson, James Buchanan, FDR, Joseph Robinette Biden. He is that bad, guys. He really... the day he leaves office, I already have a tweet planned. Like, take a beat. Take a deep breath. You, the American people, survived one of the top 5 worst presidents in the history of this country. He is that bad. And it's not hyperbole. Man, when Obama left office, it was pretty bad. I did not say he was one of the worst presidents ever. Joe Biden is. It's stunning. It's like, it's more than just incompetence. It's like malevolence.
81 million votes.
81 million votes.
Dawnbreaker, top, already read yours. Common J, how do you feel about snake oil elixirs with various buffs in Hunt Showdown?
Yeah, I don't know, man. We've had that. I feel like it's a big problem generally, having too many things that affect status. I think custom ammo has gone too far, too. Like, there's way too much custom ammo on too many guns. It's like, why would you not take custom ammo on guns? Why would you ever take a revolver that had normal ammo anymore?
At least reduce the number of special ammo boxes.
Like, I never take Caldwell Packs, which is a Colt single-action army, without dum-dum ammo. Because why would you? You want the suppressive power.
Hex, I would rate Obama worse than Biden. Same person, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a continuation of the same presidency. It's just Biden enacted more of the caustic agenda that Obama wasn't able to implement when he was in office because he ran out of political capital and became a lame duck. So, you know, defraud the election. 81 gorillion votes. crap. 81 guerrillion votes, and then use that as an excuse to enact more of the sort of repugnant statist agenda that you plan to do during your first term. It's pretty clear. And I got to be honest, I said this on Twitter. It was not an exaggeration. I think Obama got most of what he wanted out of this election. Yeah, he would have liked for the Democrats to win, but honestly, he gets rid of Kamala. He does not like Kamala. He doesn't. He gets rid of Kamala Harris. He gets rid of Joe Biden, who wouldn't step aside when they wanted him to. And it sets up for either his wife or somebody else that he picks. Because it sounds like Michelle Obama doesn't want to run. But someone else. He gets to play Kingmaker. He got everything he wanted. He had 2 thorns in his side, and he got rid of them in one fell swoop, in one election. And he gets to play spoiler now. Oh, and he falls down. That's great. So you can knock people off cliffs. I like it.
Game and Newfie, thank you for the 30. I just noticed the new video game channel, Razor. Thanks for getting that set up. Now when I wake up next morning, I don't go, oh, it's private shit.
Right.
I subscribe.
This will be private, but we will upload it immediately to the VOD channel once it's all edited and good. So don't worry about that.
BJ Chester was the Kufa bioweapon.
It was objectively a bioweapon. They were working on a bioweapon in the lab, and it got out. Now, whether it was leaked intentionally or not, honestly, it's not even debatable. Because, okay, let's say it got out of the lab unintentionally. Somehow. It's just a leak. If that was intentional at that point, it was no longer intentional once Xi Jinping made the conscious choice to shut down all domestic flights within China, between cities, to contain the outbreak, and yet made the conscious decision to keep international flights out of China going. He was intentionally spreading COVID at that point, and he did that for very obvious reasons. We're in trouble. We got problems with our dam. We got problems with this pandemic now. We're going to take a huge economic and socio-political hit. If we're going to shoulder this cost, the rest of the world is going to as well, because we can't let them get any farther ahead of us. That's what that was. So yeah, intentional bioweapon. Even if the leak itself wasn't intentional, that was intentional.
Too easy.
Irritable Sloth, you say communism is the U.S. in the U.S. is imported from the U.K. I thought it was
largely
from KGB infiltration historically. Can you elaborate or recommend a book?
Just a second. It's both, actually. There's no contradiction there. The Soviet consulate in San Francisco was kind of the nexus point. The Communist Party USA headquarters, which is actually in New York, directly corresponded with the San Francisco Russian embassy. And so from there, they basically had their directives to subvert California. That's why the communism that came up in the 50s and 60s started in California universities. That's where the hippie movement starts. That's where kind of the normalization of Marxism. So like, I would say more so the second wave, but even before that, it infiltrated Hollywood through there. So it's kind of the Soviet Union, and then most of the commissars that were put in charge of various communist organizations, because there's subgroups, right? You have the Communist Party USA, but then you had the Communist Party of New York, the Communist Party of Illinois, the Communist Party of Hollywood, right? Hollywood Communist Party, which I did a whole video about. And the woman who headed up the Hollywood Communist Party was a woman named Ella Winter. And she was directly from the UK. And a lot of the early figures in American communism were from the UK, either Ireland, as with Herb Sorrell. Herb Sorrell was the union boss behind the... Whoa! Who forcibly integrated all the Hollywood unions into the Communist Party. Crap. Crap! What are you? Ah! I'm pushing the wrong buttons.
Right back up.
Woo! Falcon Punch. Okay, where is this leading me? Somewhere over here? Hold on. Let me look at my actual map. Oh, it's way over there. What is it leading me to? Okay, whatever. I got a relic.
Mercenary X again. This Connecticut place reminds me of the Clue movie. As for Troy Baker and his impression, it's not the worst I've heard, yet. Don't want to power drill my eardrums yet with this salt. Jack the Outcast. Hail Treasure Hunt Fist and Short Round Gel. Just survived my second week of work at a local lumber mill. My body is sore and I hope the pay is worth it. Godspeed.
My face is tired.
Mercenary X again,
I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna whip onto that and then I'm gonna lower myself down.
Let's just say the military are not gonna let these people who got pardoned by Biden go through. There's gonna be a lot of extrajudicial stuff in the shadows going on.
There we go. Alright. Now I should be able to... I just need to exit the catacombs, it looks like. So I'll get out through there. Ah! Kind of annoying how you have to look all the way down. What sucks, though, is... Man, I came in through a high-up area. I wonder if I can even get back up where I came in.
Probably not. This seems pretty linear, like just go forward. Crossfire. Merry Friday. Glad we can mock this game and have some laughs after a long, hard week. With Hunt clowning its way to the grave, been looking for some new extraction games. Found something interesting that is in early access. Incursion Red River. It's single player or co-op looting in a modern Vietnam that has fallen into civil war.
Interesting.
I really hope that Trump was taking notes when Milei was at Mar-a-Lago. Would love to see the left go full apoplectic when he is dismembering their precious idols of government.
Indeed.
Kitchen rebels.
Go through it like a hot knife through butter.
Not only did Roosevelt love fascists, they loved him back. Hitler's personal newspaper, the Volkischer Beobachter, wrote love notes to FDR right up until just before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, Hitler looked at the New Deal and considered it aspirational, just as FDR and his economic advisors looked at fascism, particularly in Italy, very aspirationally. Forget if it was FDR or Keynes. Could have been Keynes, who called fascism, Italian fascism, a quote wonder of civic planning.
And we only have enough time for a couple more before we have to leave. Mercenary X, outside of the obvious, I've heard pretty good things about this game. Still waiting. At this point, am I better off waiting for a sale, or do I get it now? Skull was good.
If you have Game Pass, try it out. You should have Game Pass, by the way, for the amount of games that you play. You should have Game Pass. It's a good deal.
Let me try to run through these real quick. Irritable Sloth, thank you for the 10. Would you stream Destroy All Humans to Repro?
Maybe. I've never played a Destroy All Humans game.
Rider of the Metal Horse, I've had System Shock 1 and 2 on GOG for a couple of years now, and not played them. You can kick me later in the balls for that. Which should I start with? Regular one or enhanced one? I say enhanced one.
I can't get up there. There must be another way.
DD. Chief, how goes the possible Razor Rants novel? And will the last page be a pop-up of you with your chair spins and flips the bird?
Good idea. I am still in the process of picking which ones. Then we're going to transcribe them and get them going.
TMN Word Turtle, TMNT soundtrack on vinyl. I think we got that one last week.
Yeah.
Iconalis, Indiana Jones and the Three Fingers of Whiskey before going to On Stage. Oh my God. Zach Limes, thank you for that 40. Won't be able to make the next few streams since I'm getting married next week. As always, I enjoy you guys' content. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. Godspeed.
And Crude Lord Chubbs, I heard that Cicero is Latin for pea or chickpea.
Yes, it
in
is.
Some dough to buy him a treat. Well, thank you. And we need to say goodbye.
Okay, guys. Thank you all for joining us. I tip my fedora to each and every member of the Razor Force, and Godspeed.